Try again. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Present.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Wacaba.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
And do we have any public speakers to address our closed session agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we do have 4 public comment cards that were submitted, and we'll go ahead and call them forward. They have 3 minutes to address the City Council. The first speaker being Mr. Mike Robbins.
Just the women who died on the streets just in March. Christina Vargas, Deborah Cronick, Wendy Anderson, Eva Bartlett, Rochelle Arias, and Ruby Romero. So certainly we don't want people to die on the streets. We want these kind of housing for them. Please make sure that this moves forward and that we look for more to save people's lives. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Janine Robbins.
Item 1 on the closed session is about Grandma's House of Hope, about the fact that they won their lawsuit against the city. When this item came up here at City Council, it had already been declared illegal by the California State Attorney General Rob Bonta. We spoke, many of us, at this microphone about the illegality of what this council was doing to Grandma's House of Hope. Yet staff and council deemed Anaheim above the law and made Grandma's House of Hope jump through hoops. An organization that saves women from the streets, an organization that does what our own city is incapable of doing. What is wrong with our city? What is wrong with city staff? And what is wrong with council members who vote against Grandma's House of Hope because it might impact surrounding neighborhoods? I am guessing that Grandma's House of Hope did not make enough in campaign donations to you. Well, in print, Lying Leister wants to use neighborhood impact as a reason for denial. But let me tell you what will impact surrounding neighborhoods: the giant behemoth corporation known as Disneyland. Yet all of you voted to let them have their expansion regardless of any impact on residents. Oh, but I see. They donated millions to you, so neighborhood impact is not a consideration. You allow short-term rentals in our neighborhood, residents forced to live next to hotels with a rotating cast of strangers every few days. Oh, but I see. Those short-term rental owners donated plenty to you. How many women died on the streets because you willingly chose to break the law regarding Grandma's House of Hope? And I would advise you not to appeal this lawsuit unless really you intend to pay for it out of your own pockets, because this city will need the money to fight the Disneyland Forward lawsuits. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I guess. I'm Victoria Michaels, 29-year resident of Anaheim. I am asking and urging you and requesting that you appeal the ruling by Judge Schwarmer regarding transitional supportive housing operators. Anaheim and other cities should have the right to control and balance what goes on in the city for the safety of all concerned. If this ruling goes through, imagine what it will be like in our city. I know people all are concerned about Grandma's House of Hope. Grandma's House of Hope is on West Street And they have a large facility. And if this ruling goes through, there will be an unlimited number of persons that can live there. They will most likely build ADUs. They have plenty of space to maybe build 2 or 3 ADUs. It disrupts the neighborhood. I'm not against helping people. I help a lot of people. But we also have a community. Your communities where you live are going to be affected, every single one of you. So please think it through and appeal this ruling. It is not right that people bought homes and now they're having to contend with overparked, too many cars in the streets, and also a lot of noise, and children are affected because we don't know who's living in those homes. So please, please vote to appeal the ruling. Thank you.
Next speaker, Pat Petley.
Good afternoon. I've been asked to speak on behalf of several people, including myself. Most of this council was not in place when the Planning Commission and the City Council voted to deny the conditional use permit for the planned facility for homeless, mentally unstable women at the corner of West and Pioneer. The business wanted to house, depending on the moment, 21 people. Those meetings lasted until about 1:30 in the morning because the neighborhood residents were so upset about another group home going into our supposed family neighborhood. That council had the courage to listen to its residents and voted 7-0 on behalf of we, the people who own homes and live in the area. They advocated for us because the data showed how oversaturated we were with doned group homes. It appears the state legislators are constantly eroding a city council's ability to represent its citizens. The elected officials in a city know what is best for its residents as they know the terrain and needs, not outsiders who do not live and pay taxes here. Judge Swarm, according to the paper, ruled that the city violated state housing laws by not allowing the nonprofit to open the transitional housing facility. In that ruling, Judge Swarm wrote that Anaheim doesn't require single-family homes with 7 or more residents to get permits. Therefore, it cannot require transitional housing to do so. Think about that statement. If a mother and father have 5 children, the home they bought and own to house their blood family in would be considered the same as those who are transitional in nature. I can only shake my head with that reasoning. Maybe the judge didn't know that this particular business has 11 such homes in Anaheim, and the one time the city denied their permit to open another one in such close proximity, they sued. That's the business. Group homes are operated by businesses. The residents are not blood related, and they come and go. This ruling not only affects Anaheim, it applies to every city in California. It sets a precedent. Have the other cities been contacted to see if they would join in a class action lawsuit against the state? How does the elimination of your power to consider conditional use permits affect your ability to manage the city's infrastructure? I realize our state legislators made the laws, but it is up to city councils to appeal court decisions that are faulty based on misinterpretation of those laws. I realize appeals cost money, but so does unreasonable and uncalled for recall elections. Our District 3 representative is great. Please appeal Judge Swarm's decision. Thank you.
Next speaker, card number 4843.
I almost didn't make it. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Mary Dragief. I'm coming to you from a little bit different aspect because I happen to live next to two group homes, one of which is Grandma's House of Hope. My husband and I have attended these meetings over the last 2.5 years, starting in 21, and we certainly appreciate the rulings that have occurred in the past. The part about this discrimination, I really have to laugh at, because if anyone's discriminated against, sometimes it's the residents. And I'm not saying from this panel, but I'm saying the state. I could go through a laundry list of things of what has been occurring at Grandma's house. The only one that I can think of right now that I'll mention is the fact that some things go on there that they really don't want the neighbors to see. We've seen them put tarps up on the gates so no one can look in. There's been activity over there late in the evening. There's been music playing very loud, just to mention a few. The fact is that if this number is allowed to grow to whatever it grows to, this will not be a bearable place for any of us to live, not for us, which border it, and not for any of the other neighbors within earshot. So I am asking that you appeal the ruling and continue to support our community. We would greatly appreciate it, and again, I could go into greater detail, and I've tried to do that in some of my letters. I've sent 2 letters to everyone here. And we're just asking for you to appeal the ruling. One last note I want to mention. I know it comes up frequently in these meetings about the coyote issue. I've lived in Anaheim decades. I never started seeing coyotes until about 7 years ago. I have read all the comments of people's pets who have been killed, injured, the money, the thousands spent at the vet offices trying to save them. I'm an animal advocate. I love all of them. And it's a shame if their numbers are allowed to continue to grow, and the only ones that can stop that are we, the people. We need to control those numbers because it's getting out of hand. We just heard today another neighbor living off of North and Clementine lost their cat. The coyotes were there at 4 o'clock in the morning and killed it. It's a terrible kill, by the way, if anyone's ever come upon one of those bodies. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm out of breath a little. I was running because I couldn't find a parking spot. Thank you.
Next speaker, card number 4844.
Good evening, everybody. Giving honor to God, those on the council, serving the God of the people. We're here about curtailing our homelessness. That's what it's really all about. We just had a disturbing article that came out about our homeless shelters with a lawsuit. I'm sure that all of you know. Sexual abuse, food, just mental, just total on all 3 of the shelters, and 1 belongs to us. So what is so important? We're talking about someone else that is trying to help get our people off the street. I don't care what the surveys say. When you're out there serving people food, you know when it's increasing, you know when it's decreasing. The point of it is, we have a responsibility to our residents, all of our residents. If we take care of business with the homeless, we should have had an ombudsman because they need a check and balance. What happens to our society when we don't have checks and balance? We have abuse of the law. It is prevalent in our society today. And that's what's wrong. People don't want to hold people accountable for their actions or their lack of actions. As we used to say, act of omission. Certain people in the room know exactly what I'm talking about. My point of it is this right here. If we were doing what we're supposed to, this would not be an issue. But it's not being done. And now this becomes an issue on how we solve this. Grandma's house is a measure of solvement, but also too, what is the amount of these homes that are unlicensed because they have 7 or less people that's in these neighborhoods that are flooding our neighborhoods? Because this affects our school district also. But the worst part about it is when we have homeless parents with homeless children. That's the worst of our society as our sin and as a conscience. So the point of this is, it's been ruled on, guess what? We got to go another way because all that is throwing money down the drain. And I'm gonna go ahead and say this. With the money that if we spend on appeal, if we went ahead and spend that towards housing, we'd go ahead working towards getting somebody off the street. So we need to be more practical with our money, especially since we're $4 billion in debt. And pensions are still, costs are still rising. The elephant in the room. So at that point, we need to balance our budget. We need to not go ahead and waste money.
Mr. Batista, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Bass, and congratulations. I wasn't here the last meeting for my hand. But thank you, everybody. Have a good day. God bless.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers on closed session. Noting for the record, we did not receive any public comments electronically on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. So with no more public comment, we will now recess to closed session. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Diaz.
Present.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Rucava.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
The first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Venerable Nivitagala Sumita from the Sri Ratana International Buddhist Center. Following that, I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, who will lead us in the flag salute. And I hope I pronounced your names correctly.
Hi. Thank you so much for inviting to this wonderful event. I'm representing Sri Ratana International Buddhist Center in Dale Avenue, and we are performing there as a Buddhist temple for around 25 years. And so we also conduct meditation and counseling and many other services to the community. And as Buddhist monks, we have the core teachings of Buddhism as loving kindness and meditation. So we would like to invoke blessings upon everyone and everything for this county and also for the entire world to be well, happy, healthy. With the blessings of the Triple Gem, we would like to briefly chant in our ancient Pali language. With me, I have the abbot here of the temple, Venerable Sumana. Sabbitiyo vivajjantu sabba rogo vinassato mate bhavatu antarayo sukhe deghayo ko bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkhantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sada sotte bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkhantu sabba devata sabba dhammanubhavena sada sotte bhavantu te Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkhantu sabba devata sabba sanghanubhavena sada sotte bhavantu te. Thank you. We do have a small gift for you. Tallest tower in Asia. This is from Sri Lanka. We call it Lotus Tower or Nelum Kulana. This is the tallest tower in South Asia.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Hopefully it goes in your office.
Mayor Pro Tem, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. With your right hand over your heart, please join me in pledging allegiance to the greatest country in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So at this time, I would like to welcome the new president and CEO of Visit Anaheim, Mr. Michael Waterman.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, City Council. I am honored and humbled to be the next president and CEO of Visit Anaheim. It's been 11 amazing days on the job. The welcome in this city, it means a lot because I've had, this is my 10th professional move, and the welcome in Anaheim that community has given me has been remarkable. Real quick background on me, I spent 26 years with Marriott. The last 12 was here in Southern California. My wife and I raised our 3 kids in Southern California, and we're thrilled to be coming back. Top 3 priorities for me, first and foremost, to restore and ultimately elevate the Visit Anaheim brand. We made a couple mistakes in the last couple years. We apologize for that, and I assure you, under my watch, that will not happen again. Top 3 priorities: 1, that's the reputation. 2 is the team and I will work on a long-term strategic plan that will ultimately elevate the visitor experience, the quality of life for residents, and drive, most importantly, incremental revenue for the city. And then last, I promise Visit Anaheim will be a better partner, communicator, collaborator. We will be transparent all the way. I feel like, Visit Anaheim feels like it's our responsibility to make sure the world knows how truly remarkable Anaheim is to live, work, play, and visit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Anaheim. Thank you. So I have the honor today to recognize some of our long-serving city employees, and I want to start today by recognizing Lieutenant Darren Lee, who has served our community as part of the Anaheim Police Department for 23 years. Lieutenant Lee recently retired after 2 decades in law enforcement. In addition, Lieutenant Lee has taught classes on social inequity, sociology, and law and society at Cal State Fullerton. He's an advocate for mental health awareness and other topics to better our Anaheim community. He has been honored in his hometown of Chino Hills for his volunteer work and his advocacy. Many of us know Darren as the handler for Charlie, a peer support dog with the Anaheim Police Department. Charlie is a golden doodle who is a trained therapy dog who helps comfort police employees after traumatic events or amid the daily stress of their jobs. Darren and Charlie also have attended community and school events. We are also here to honor Allison Cott. She has served as an assistant city attorney for Anaheim for 24 years. We owe a debt of thanks and gratitude to Allison for all she's done for our city. For most of her time in our city, Allison has served as the in-house counsel for the Anaheim Public Utilities. She's done an amazing job handling all the rates, rules, and regulations, say that 3 times, of Orange County's largest city and provider of electricity and water. More than that, Allison has been a trusted advisor and an incredible source of knowledge for our utilities department. Allison is also a proud part of one of Anaheim's most engaged families, and she has carried on her family tradition of public service. By marriage, Allison is the daughter-in-law of World War II and Bronze Star recipient William Cott, who we lost in 2020, and sister-in-law of businessman and community volunteer Paul Cott. On behalf of my council colleagues and the city of Anaheim, we thank Allison and Darren for their over 2 decades of service and wish you both a fulfilling retirement. Can I please first welcome up Lieutenant Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Where's Charlie?
That's what I always get. It's never, hey, Darren, how you doing? Where's the dog? That's usually how I get it. Madam Mayor and Council, thank you so much for this recognition. I can tell you that working 23 some odd years for the city of Anaheim, I also worked 7 years for another city as a police officer. I can tell you that I am not going to miss trying to stay awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, driving down an empty Harbor Boulevard. I'm not going to miss wearing a 25-pound gun belt for 12 hours. I'm not going to miss any of that. What I'm going to miss the most is the men and women of the Anaheim Police Department and the men and women of the city of Anaheim, many of whom are in this room today. Those relationships we've built over 2 decades, and I truly am going to miss those great times. I can also tell you I'm going to miss the family atmosphere as an employee. I'm sure many of you in this room will attest to this, that when you work for Anaheim, you feel like you're a part of a really, really big family. I can go into the police department, the fire department, public works, or HR, and feel like I'm a member of their family too, and it's really awesome. And I would really advocate for anybody else thinking about pursuing a career with the city of Anaheim to go ahead and get that done. So again, thank you for the honor of serving the city and the men and women of Anaheim. Thank you.
Can we have our council join us for a photo? Ms. Cott.
Well, I just want to say it's a delight to see everybody tonight. I truly have enjoyed working for the city of Anaheim. It has been the opportunity of a lifetime. The work was fascinating and the people were amazing. Thank you.
Okay, next, I get to recognize Servite High School soccer team. I think we know where they're sitting in the audience. So these men of Servite won the CIF Southern Section Division I championship. So it's fun to be here and see how our Anaheim student athletes keep dominating. And as a Rosary girl and a sister of 2 men of Servite, I would like to just congratulate the Servite soccer team on everything that you have accomplished. They secured a hard-fought 1-0 victory over Orange Lutheran High School at Orange Coast College in Costa Mesa in March. This is the 2nd championship in the school's history. Congratulations to the team, to the coaches, and I'm sure you guys all remembered to thank your parents, right? And thank you so much for making Anaheim proud. Please join us. Okay, so apparently I forgot to mention that after they won, then they won state.
And everybody everybody, if we can have you look towards my colleague Natalie right here.
We'll do a couple shots here and then make sure you guys look at the podium as well. All right. If I get down, I'm never getting back up. All right. Oh, yeah, Fryer.
Former Friar.
Yes, Fryer. Fryers. Greg, here we go.
Okay, everyone, for the official photo, right over here.
And then we'll turn them over to you.
Okay, one for the families, right over here.
Congratulations, guys. That's so awesome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank
More
you so much.
patches for the jacket. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
If there are any other Rosary or Servite graduates that we failed to acknowledge, feel free to stand up and wave your hands. Thank you. So last, but we'll give them a second to clear out. Sorry, one more. And I kept all my monarch jokes to myself. So last but not least, we want to recognize our own Anaheim Police Department for finishing 7th place in the 2024 Baker to Vegas Relay Challenge. So please join me in congratulating our Baker to Vegas team. So for those of you that don't know what the Baker to Vegas team is, it's pretty amazing. It's a 120-mile race through the desert, and they compete in relays against other law enforcement teams. The open team kept their title as Orange County's fastest team. Thank you. And they finished 7th place overall out of 234 teams. So again, way to represent Anaheim. Please come up and join us.
So everyone, we're going to angle. So everybody, we're going to angle this way towards Natalie taking the photo.
I like this. Here's the problem. If I get down, it's hard for me to get back. Here, Carlos. I'm looking in the middle of the two heads. That's gotta work.
Perfect. Thank you.
So next on our agenda are regulations to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 3 this evening. Recognize May 18th as Kids to Parks Day. Recognizing May 13th through the 19th, 2024 as Bike to Work Week. And recognizing the month of May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month. And Mayor and City Council, we do have representatives to accept these proclamations this evening. The first, if we can have Kayla Sanders, our senior program specialist, to accept the recognition for Kids to Parks Day.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Kayla Saunders from the Community Services Department, and I am the Senior Program Specialist at Oak Canyon Nature Center. Thank you for proclaiming the 3rd Saturday of May as Kids to Parks Day, which is a nationwide celebration of great outdoors designed to connect kids and families to local parks and public lands. At Oak Canyon Nature Center, we offer naturalist-led hikes for families, outdoor service projects for teens, and a youth summer day camp focused on exploring the natural world. These programs and tours teach our local youth to appreciate and enjoy our natural spaces so we can foster future outdoor enthusiasts and create the next generation of park stewards. The Community Services Department is committed to healthy living, and all of our wonderful parks and recreation areas provide excellent spaces for outdoor experiences. I invite all Anaheim families to create their own adventure at one of the many parks and trails in the city of Anaheim on Kids to Parks Day. You can also participate in one of our community's special events like the Children's Festival at Pearson Park. The event coincides with Kids to Parks Day on Saturday, May 18th, and will provide kids and their families the opportunity to visit a local park and engage in family-friendly activities from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. To find the parks and recreation spaces available to you in the city of Anaheim, please visit anaheim.net/parks. Thank you once again. The staff of Oak Canyon Nature Center look forward to seeing you, our local families, on the trails. Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, for Bike to Work Week, we have Vanessa Esparza, Management Assistant for Public Works.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. It's an honor to stand before you today. My name is Vanessa Esparza, and I have the honor of overseeing our Employee Transportation Center within Public Works. As we approach May, a month that holds special significance for cyclists nationwide, we are proud to proclaim May 13th through the 19th as Bike to Work Week. Bike Month aims at highlighting the numerous benefits cycling has to offer, while motivating individuals to adopt this wholesome, eco-conscious, and enjoyable means of transportation. Across the globe, cycling is recognized as a cost-efficient and pollution-free mode of transportation that alleviates traffic congestion. In our city, we're continuously looking for ways to promote biking to work and bike safety. The community can take part in Bike Month by pledging with OCTA for a chance to win some exciting prizes, or joining OCTA Bike Month Rally on Wednesday, May 15th. Additionally, you can take your bike on board during Bike to Work Week on any Metrolink or Aero train and enjoy a complimentary ride. As always, bike safety is everyone's responsibility. Together, we can team up for cycling and enjoy moving throughout Anaheim and beyond. Thank you for this proclamation.
And Mayor and City Council, the last one for this evening, Mental Health Awareness Month, and it's going to be accepted by our Benefit Manager, Kristen Vargas.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kristen Vargas, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Benefits Manager here for the City of Anaheim. I'd like to thank the Mayor and City Council for this special recognition. Mental health is not just a personal issue, it's a community concern. It affects our workplaces, our families, and our neighborhoods. By shining a light on mental health, we are taking a significant step forward in promoting understanding, empathy, and support. With this proclamation, we commit to fostering a workplace environment that prioritizes mental health awareness. and we are dedicated to providing resources, education, and assistance to our employees. In recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month, Human Resources is hosting resource webinars, lunch and learns, and fun activities such as a live painting session throughout different city facilities to ensure that all employees can participate. Thank you for this important recognition. We look forward to continuing our efforts to promote mental health awareness and support within our city.
Thank you. Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first speakers addressing the council agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. There will be 2 public comment periods with speakers having 1 opportunity to address the City Council except for the scheduled public hearings. This first public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items but within the council's jurisdiction. The second public comment period will be opened by the mayor if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during the first public comment period and will be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comments is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the city council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every city council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the city council. For translation services in other languages, we please ask you to contact the city clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español en las juntas del Consejo. La interpretación simultánea al español se ofrece por medio del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva de español a inglés también estará disponible para cualquiera quien desee dirigirse al ayuntamiento. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, por favor comuníquese con la oficina de la ciudad, City Clerk, a por lo menos 48 horas de anticipación antes de la junta programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:48 with a 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:18 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask speakers that once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can please line up at the podium. And Mayor and City Council, for agenda items, we have 13 speakers to address the City Council. If the first speaker can step forward, Ms. Janine Robbins.
I am placing this basket right here, and we'll leave it here for the meeting, so that public speakers can make a donation to the council so that they may actually listen to our comments. I am an original member of the People's Homeless Task Force, the group that sued the city over the Brown Act violations regarding the sale of Angel Stadium. Yes, we lost in court, as Lying Leister recently threw at me. However, everyone knows now that our loss was due to perjury and corruption that started at the top with Sidhu and worked its way through council members such as Fessel and Bramman and headed towards executive staff. The perjury and corruption even made its way to lower level staff, such as Lying Leister. In actuality, though, we did not lose at all. We stopped the sale of Angel Stadium. We brought in the FBI and the state to investigate. The mayor was forced to resign after being arrested and would go to federal prison. Todd Ament, the CEO of the corrupt chamber, was arrested and would go to federal prison. Jay Barres, resigned from Visit Anaheim, has gone into hiding, along with Jeff Flint, the corrupt lobbyist who has gone into hiding. But most importantly, everyone is still being investigated. So, to lying Leicester, we did not lose. We won. Yes, we won. Never underestimate what a small group of pissed off residents can accomplish. Now on to the next topic. Ongoing corruption, including a culture of disdain and contempt shown by City Council and staff towards residents and public speakers. The appeal shown in item 3 should be pulled for discussion. When a group puts together an appeal, it deserves at the very least a discussion. It certainly should not be buried in the consent calendar. Let's take a quick look at one change recommended by the audit report. Increased transparency with lobbyist and council and staff calendars. Now this is where it's interesting. Joe Hopt, lobbyist for Disneyland Forward, on his calendar says he met with Ashley on January 22nd. Nothing on her calendar. He met with Diaz on 3/6. Nothing on his calendar. Met with Norma on 3/13. Nothing on her calendar. But the whopper is that he says he met with Ted White 13 times, and not one of these 13 meetings are reflected on Ted's calendar. So Jose, do not tell us that Ted White is not a liar, because he is, and he has lied to our faces and your faces on multiple occasions. Perhaps, Jose, if you actually participated in the city, you would understand what is going on. I think your calendar showed 4 events in the last quarter, with the last event being on February 23rd. So essentially, you've done nothing in the last 10 weeks. Nothing. One last thing, Ashley. Your and Natalie's behavior at the last meeting towards public commenters was deplorable. Your actions have gone viral, with tens of thousands of views on Reddit, TikTok, Nextdoor, watching the video of you two. You're all on your cell phones. You're having personal conversations. You leave the room when people are speaking.
Ms. Robbins, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay. Even on the Orange County Fair Board, Natalie was filmed reading a magazine during public comments. Your job is to listen to the residents. However, instead of listening to the residents, you are blindly following the Pied
Ms.
Piper,
Robbins. Your time is
Ken
up.
Potrock, right off the cliff, like the rats you are proving yourselves to be.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
The basket is right here.
To me, of course, it was all about democracy, and I think people who are paid large sums of money to be up here by a corporation, that's more like the government of Saudi Arabia. But my job tonight is on the wages of Disney. Breaking news, Cinderella lives in a car. That was breaking news. Breaking news, Disneyland not happiest place for workers, wage lawsuit claims. And we'll reiterate, nearly 3 in 10 cast members report experiencing home insecurity. 64% of cast members spent more than half their monthly paychecks on rent. 33% of cast members experienced housing insecurity in the past year. 42% of cast members had to miss work for medical treatment because they didn't have enough sick leave. In all seriousness, let's give it up for the company that puts the fun in fundamentally unfair pay scales. In fact, the Disney business model is less employee spirit and more Oliver Twist meets the Hunger Games. And I think your support of a company that doesn't pay a living wage is unfounded and misguided. If there were real representatives up here, I think they would put that into the negotiation with any Disneyland proposals. We need to hold Disneyland right now accountable for their impact on workers and communities. I'll cough. I paid my taxes, lived here for years. I've been a good neighbor and have no fears. And Disney mistakes, they've made a lot. Workers have had sand kicked in their face and left out to rot. If I could hit that. We are the neighbors of Disneyland, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the neighbors. We are the neighbors. We like to breathe air and drive on the streets of our city. So goodbye, Magic Way, and the council members howl. You can't beat Disney money, so go on back to your plow. We are the neighbors of Disneyland. We want to stop Disney plight. We like our homes, and we like to sleep at night. We are the neighbors, and we want to stop Disneyland forward. And if you don't want to hear me sing a lot more, I think you guys should reconsider negotiating with Disneyland like real Americans of a democracy, of people who are elected by the people in Anaheim and not beholding to special corporations, as again I'll mention like Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much.
I ask that you pull item 3 and grant a rehearing. There was not a fair hearing, and the public was deprived of their right to share their views as on what was explained as being 2 separate public hearings and 2 separate votes were combined into one. At the February 27th council meeting, the public was informed that the public hearing for the abandonment of 3 street segments being requested by Disney would be held on April 16th after the hearing on Disneyland Forward. Natalie Rubikova asked Rudy on just the streets or the entire project. Rudy's response, just the abandonment. Ted White added, same day for both, technically a separate hearing. Natalie Meeks asked for clarification. Disneyland Forward, then the street abandonments? Ted, that is correct. Stephen Fessel voiced a concern that it wasn't in the public's best interest to have the 3 streets wrapped together in one hearing. He expressed his desire to perhaps separate Magic Way from the other streets. Norma Kurt stated that she in no way is saying that she supports the abandonment of a public street and agreed with Steve that it might be in the best interest to separate Magic Way from the other streets. These 2 statements clearly illustrate that both council members not only understood that the street abandonments were separate from the public hearing on Disneyland Forward, but they also believe that Magic Way should be separated out from the other 2 street segments. Carlos Leon also asked for clarification on who decided on the dates and the order of the votes. Ted, city staff, 2 separate votes, first Disneyland Forward, and then the street abandonments. Ted further explained, at the Planning Commission public hearing, city staff would bring all the facts, history of Magic Way, and the public would get the opportunity to ask questions. Before the public hearing even started at the Planning Commission, Lucille Kring stated, Magic Way is an abandonment, and the Planning Commission has no authority with abandonments. When it comes to Magic Way, we have nothing to say. This statement caused many residents that were waiting outside of City Hall due to space to leave before the hearing was even started because they felt that their concerns regarding Magic Way would not be heard. By not holding 2 separate public hearings, this deprived the public of their right to speak on both. Many residents are in favor of some portions of Disneyland Forward, but are absolutely against the abandonment of Magic Way. Holding the hearings together cut the public's time in half and denied them adequate time to share their views. The record clearly shows that the public was misinformed about the issues being 2 separate hearings and 2 separate votes. I believe if the city is truly wanting to be transparent and listen to the voters, that they need to grant a rehearing.
Good evening, Mayor Aiken, Mayor Pro Tem Kurz, the Honorable City Council, and city staff. I'm Ken Potrock, the president of the Disneyland Resort. I am incredibly pleased and honored to be here today. We thank you for your unanimous vote on April 16th, which showcased a unified vision for our community. The feedback that we've seen and heard from an extraordinarily wide range of people has been nothing short of heartwarming and confirming of this project's mass appeal. And therefore, we ask once again for your support in tonight's final step to approve Disneyland Forward. We're incredibly proud of the detailed, intentional, and collaborative process this project has gone through over the past 3 years, which culminated in over 7 hours of testimony at the last hearing. So many of our supporters wanted to share tonight and be a part of this important final step. However, out of respect for your time, we've asked them to show their support by attending tonight's meeting, but not to speak. I'm thrilled for Disneyland Resort and Anaheim's bright future. Thank you for partnering with us on this legacy project that will positively impact generations to come. And now, with your historic vote, we'll get to work on these integrated and immersive experiences that only Disney can create. We can hardly wait for the excitement to come. Here's to making Disneyland Forward a reality together, and I thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Next speaker.
Hello, Madam Mayor, City Council, and to everyone here today. First up, this is a very important day because I'm a fellow cast member and I've been enjoying this magic for these last few years as I've been on a journey to especially finish my mom's wishes as I lost my mom about 3 years ago. And I'm here to support this Disneyland Forward project. This Disneyland Forward project is very important to a lot of people, especially for not just as a fellow cast member and a dreamer, but to everyone here in the company. This expansion will help open to new, exciting new ideas to come and will give us new possibilities. Hopefully, besides doing something based on established IP with Avatar, Zootopia, and Frozen, we're hoping to open for new original things and ideas because the fans and the guests want to see something new and exciting and original that could open to new possibilities. This is a very important time for us within Disney, and as a part of this journey, I want to hopefully give back to the people I love and care, to my family, to my fellow cast members, mentors, friends, and to my mom. I'm hoping to work closely with everyone at the company, including Mr. Ken Patruck, Mr. Bob Iger, Bruce Vaughn, all the Imagineers, and everyone throughout the company. I'm hoping that we can pave the way for this amazing future for this Disneyland Forward project. And when we look back many years later, we're gonna give back to all our loved ones. And hopefully, we're gonna create some more exciting memories to come. Thank you so much for taking the time.
First thing, giving honor to God, those on the council, serving the God of the people. It's funny how I go ahead and I hear this cast member go ahead and talk about how forward they're looking forward. But then all of a sudden the cast members had to go ahead and get in with the coalition of unions to go ahead and fight with Measure L to get a raise from Disneyland. It wasn't Disneyland that gave them the damn raise, it was the residents. And they still ain't got the resident paid for it because it's still been held up in court. And they lost in court and they still ain't gave it to them. So don't be going ahead and talk about moving forward, moving when you're moving backwards. Let's get stuff straight. Now let's go ahead and get it up. Cast member, Visit Anaheim, coming up here talking about transparency. Where was they at when they had the $15 million COVID funds that was for the residents and they gave $6.5 million to Visit Anaheim? Then they went ahead and turned around and took $1.5 million and gave it to the Disney Chamber of Commerce. Let's make sure we get it all straight, because there's so much damn corruption in this damn room. It's thick, and it's real damn thick. So let's get it all straight. Why are we going ahead and do it? Harry Sadu and the Angels. Go ahead. What has changed? We have not done anything else about it. Homeless workers dying from Disneyland in the parking lot, getting fired. Guess what? They fired. They didn't find the body for 28 days at the spa that was going ahead while she was keeping herself together. Let's get it all right. Visit Anaheim, then we go right here. Fullerton, the report on this. Where is it at? We can't get it. People are going ahead and trying to get Public Information Act. We ain't got it. We need to get it before we vote and go any forward. Something's in there that's hiding, and we need to get it. Next thing. This is already voted on. Disney will get their way. Because we know why? Money. And that's the problem with our country. It's money. Because we care more about money than we care about people. So when we go ahead and we get this straight, all of a sudden they're talking about money already spent. How much money has SOAR spent on this council? How much has SOAR spent on the Planning Commission? We had so much corruption. We got all these union members in here. We gave $1.2 million to a union president for the police union. And then they turned around and gave $450,000 back in campaigns. We're financing it. We're getting screwed. Not Disneyland. Disneyland is worth $220 billion.
Mr.
But the city
Batiste,
of
I'm sorry, your time is up.
The city of Anaheim is $4 billion in debt. Be a good partner. Thank you.
Donations right here. So I have to follow that great speech by Kenneth Batiste. I can't even, but I can put my own thought into this, and that would be that I think Disney couldn't ask for a better partner, given the fact that the city of Anaheim employees sat here and gave one of the greatest presentations, that's ever been uttered in this chamber with visuals and the whole bit. And they were doing the heavy lifting for Disney. Our city staff, the only thing they didn't have are the mouse ears and the t-shirts, but they did everything else for the presentation. So it's any wonder that I'll say the fix was in. It was like, there's no question about it. And then tonight will be the last stamp to be put on this package, and off it goes. But we have to also look. How many of you on this city council have received funds from this Disney SOAR and the various entities that belong to Disney in your own campaigns, and also in Councilmember Rubalcaba, your recall? How much has Disney pumped into your campaign to keep you on that council so you can do their bidding? And it's just, you have to pull this off the calendar, and you're gonna have to go look through this again, because it does not smell right. And I picture another investigation coming forward, because there was so much, it was like hurry up for a project that's not gonna probably start for several years. And JL2, I think is what you would call it, that there's gonna be some kind of ramifications for this situation. And a lot of you are gonna get called back to have to explain yourself. And so I don't understand why they had to rush this through. So I think you still have a chance to pull this from the calendar and take a good look at it. And please consider that, because it's very vital. I would not like to see another repeat of the Sadu years. God help us all. Next.
Takes me a while, that angle there is not handicap friendly. Mayor and council, my name is Wes Jones. I'm a resident of Anaheim, and I fully support rehearing this, and I only need one grounds. You guys never read the deal that Disney put forward. Said, it's Disney's, so let's sign it. So anyway, last meeting, I pointed out how bad the 1996 agreement was for the people of Anaheim. And after I was finished, Mr. Fassel there and our city manager thought otherwise. They said how much great it was and how much money it brought in. Well, I shouldn't have to remind you, both of them also were heavy supporters of Harry Sadu's Angel deal. They thought that selling the Angel Stadium for $350 million, which rapidly got knocked down to about $15 million, was a great deal. So I'd kind of worry about taking their word. Next, as far as Disney Forward, I fully expected that it would pass. Not only that, I support them being able to make an expansion. The only thing I wanted was for you folks to support our residents. You know, buried in there was a deal, and Disney told us all about it beforehand, was an exemption for all CEQA lawsuits by the state. You know, a CEQA lawsuit is a big deal. The state just doesn't go along and hand them out. They're for stuff like, the actual pollution type things, as well as noise pollution and traffic congestion. So thanks to you guys, no protection for our residents. Let's see what else here. So with that, Mr. Fassel, our city manager, our mayor, and the rest of the council's actions, I guess you could say, yes, the cabal still lives in the city of Anaheim.
Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, your time is up.
I think other people's time is up too.
Speaking at public comments feels like a waste of time when it is clear this council does not give our voices any weight. On April 16th, Anaheim residents were denied adequate time to share our views. During the February 27th council meeting, staff said the public hearings for street closures would be separate from Disneyland Forward hearings, despite expectations that they would appear on the same council agenda. Combining the hearings on April 16th reduced by half the time permitted to speak about street abandonments and the Disneyland Forward project. A review of the public comments portion of the meeting shows numerous residents running out of time prior to completing their thoughts. Moreover, some Anaheim residents were denied a reasonable opportunity to speak altogether. The City of Anaheim's deliberate action toward those left outside the building made it physically impossible for some to retain their places in line to speak during public comments. Ted White's own statement in his staff report confirms the speaker cards were not collected until people entered City Hall. This forced residents to stand in line for hours on a hard cement pad. Seating nearby could not be used, as staff told residents that leaving the line would forfeit one's place. Worst of all, the city failed to make accommodations for those with mobility issues. I and others witnessed some residents leaving after stating they were physically unable to stand for that length of time. The staff report says that the public had plenty of opportunity to share concerns in meetings leading up to the April 16th meeting, but none of our complaints in all these weeks have been taken seriously or investigated. In any case, in the case of my complaint regarding Deputy City Manager Ted White offering misinformation to the public, Councilmember Diaz dismissed me without further examination based on his opinion of Mr. White, and he is a man of integrity. For the record, the city is still peddling this misinformation. You need to look no further than tonight's agenda. The information is right in front of you. In item 19, you are approving the Anaheim Resorts Maintenance District, or ARMD, something you do annually. All of the streets to be abandoned to Disney are within the maintenance district and paid by Disney. Therefore, this claim that the taxpayers benefit from not paying the maintenance for these streets is false. Staff has admitted they know this, but they still push to lie to taxpayers. I want Mr. Diaz to look me in the eye and tell me that I lack integrity. Tell me I deserve to be dismissed in favor of your personal opinion. Tell me you would rather ignore me than actually do your job and investigate any concerns. I was ashamed to watch as a resident imploring the council for support and understanding on April 16th was ignored while Mayor Aiken and Councilmember Rublikava conversed and giggled together as if in a cocktail party. The video of this activity is gaining real traction online. You are suppressing...
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
You are suppressing constituent speak. You are not holding your staff accountable for their failure to offer credible, accurate information. You, Anaheim City Council, were willfully and grossly...
Thank you. Your time is up.
You, the Anaheim City Council, were willfully and grossly negligent in your duties during the April 16th vote. You have one last chance to fix this tonight.
Thank you very much. Please call the next speaker.
Next speaker, Ted Watkins.
My name is Ted Watkins. I've lived in Anaheim since 1971. At my present address since 1983, which is on Walnut Street, right across the street from the multi-story parking structure that Disneyland built. I cannot say all the fancy words that some of these people have said. All I know is that I've lived through a lot of reconstruction that to me was unnecessary, a lot of waste of money, a lot of narrowing of lanes, accidents. I've had 3 people run into my house due to the traffic, which will only get worse if this program is passed. All I can do is for you folks to take us into consideration. I don't think any of you even live in that area. You probably live in, down by the beach or whatever. You don't suffer through the fireworks, the contamination from the fireworks, the noise. It's a long struggle. So I just ask that you take us into consideration before you finalize on this thing. And on top of that, I don't think Disneyland, when you run for election, Disneyland will have enough votes to re-elect you. So take care, have a good evening, and I'm out of here.
Next speaker, Vern Nelson.
I'm asking you all to pull and approve item 3 from the consent calendar for a rehearing on Disneyland Forward. This does not need to be rushed through. It's not true that the public has known all about this since 2021. Most of us residents never heard of it till a few months ago. And even then, they kept telling us different things every time we heard about it. We're still learning more about it. And none of you have seen the economic study used to justify it. You're just acting in blind faith and obedience to Disney. Most of us who are critics of this project never expected you to vote no outright. We all know that Disneyland Forward is going to happen one way or another, and these nice union folks will get their jobs. That's going to happen. What we hope to see was our council asking more probing questions, making a few more demands for the benefit of the people and our treasury, maybe putting this off a few months until the public is really informed. I don't know what you guys thought the corruption scandal of the Cedillo era were all about. Most of us think it was about how Anaheim special interests, who pay hundreds of thousands to get you guys elected, more than anyone else can afford, get everything they want from you guys with no questions asked. It really looks like nothing has changed. The city still has pro-Disney disinformation up on its website, despite all our complaints. I won't get into that. My friends have pointed out, 4 or 5 big lies up there, and they just stay there. We don't need to give up public streets like Magic Way. Disneyland Forward doesn't need Magic Way. Disneyland Forward will be fine without Magic Way. We haven't heard why it can't happen without Magic Way, but the people of Anaheim do need Magic Way. I don't think you have public opinion on your side here. On April 16th, there were only 10 residents who spoke uncritically of Disneyland Forward, if you exclude all the Disney employees, union representatives, and others with financial ties to Disney. Meanwhile, there were at least 24 resident speakers who had serious problems with the proposals and wanted a delay and more discussion, and at least 20 or 30 more of us who had to go home, couldn't stay till 11 p.m. after Disney packing the chambers. What else do I have time for? Fireworks. This is the only time we can insist on a serious study on the long-term health and environmental impacts of the nightly fireworks on Disney's neighbors. The state agency in charge of this has done nothing about this because it's packed with politicians loyal to Disney. And housing. We still keep seeing these TV ads where Disney brags about spending $30 million, 15 now, 15 down the road. Disney makes $18 million a day. So $15 million is nothing. It only pays for a few dozen houses, a few dozen affordable housing units. You put it together with some tax money, and it might make 500, but that's a tiny dent in the 14,000 workers that they want to add, which we're glad there's going to be.
Mr. Nelson, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, that's it. Please pull and approve item 3.
Next speaker, Mark Herbert.
I think you need $1 million. Sorry.
Mark Herbert, editor, AnaheimGrease.com. You can go there for the details I'll give here. I don't have the resources or staff to present an immersive experience, what it's like to be outside Disneyland, but I'll try my best. I'll start with some timestamps. Council dates. I suggest you go to the council meeting on 6/27/53, where the city manager walked us through the 5-year proposed budget. It's at the 8-minute, 52-minute, it's at the 8-hour, 52-minute, 40-second mark. It's about 8 minutes long. Bottom line, the city is in a structural deficit, his words. We're being nursed along with money from a COVID deficit bond that the city took out. There's a gap starting in 2025, 26, 3-year gap, which is $27.8 million. It's a 0 in that proposed budget. Go there for the details. That's their numbers. Well, I only have a minute and a half left, so I better hurry up. Touched upon the Cal State University Fullerton report. I suggest you go to last meeting, the 4-hour, 12-minute, and 41-second mark, when the professor of that report discussed it. Much to my surprise, in his words, they covered the benefits, not the cost of Disney Forward. They did not look at the environmental costs, the housing costs, or other economic costs. That was not part of their study that was Disney asked for. He went on to say Disney provided all the numbers and he plugged it into his formula, the IM plan. So they tracked the benefits, but not the cost. That report was then the basis to override the 17,000 pages in the EIR, which documented that the city was out of compliance in housing and environmental cost. Well, 49 seconds left. How do I wrap it up? That 2 people working for Disneyland would earn $80,000 a year. That the affordable housing category, there's 3 of them by the state. Anaheim is 9,000 units short. Anaheim produced 178 last year. And those people working for Disney would be considered in the low income category looking for housing. 17 seconds. Gee, I don't know how to wrap this up. Other than to think of my friend Sylvia, who lives outside of Disneyland. The legacy of Disneyland ends at the borders. When you live on the other side of Walnut, Catella, Harbor, and Ball, it's a
Mr.
different
Herbert, I'm
world.
sorry, your time is up.
And the hotel owners who are having their ATID funds rated may be joining us on the other side.
What up, council? My name is Chad Kroger. The state of California is in abominable shape. A house costs the price of my whole head. There's doo-doo on the streets. And worst of all, it won't stop raining. It's gotten so bad that 5 of my homies have moved to Boise, Idaho, a sentence I never thought I'd utter. But there's one place in California that has weathered the storm with grace, a place that stands proudly as a utopia filled with laughter, magic, and churros. I'm talking, of course, about Disneyland. The wonderful folks at Disney have perfected the art of governance and living. That is why I'm hereby proposing, council, that on top of approving their expansion, we also hire Disneyland to govern the state of California. Imagine it, council, the whole state interconnected by beautiful monorails, churro stands on every block, and the cops have Mickey ears. Please allow Disney to Disneyfy the whole state. That would be awesome. Thank you.
And like, even though Disney paid us to do this, we would have done it anyways. Thank you.
Next speaker, Randy Lewis.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Randall Lewis. I'm an Anaheim resident. I live in the Pepperwood Complex. I'm on the HOA, and I'm coming tonight as a private residence. I'm here to speak about item 3 and its reconsideration of the hearing. We understand that you want to dismiss it out of hand, and there's a lot of reasons why. A lot of work went into it, a lot of considerations. So why would we be considering this? Well, it's actually pretty easy. If we can identify that there are irregularities within the presentation during the process, bless you, Mayor, then it certainly merits reconsidering based on some issues that maybe either hadn't been correctly communicated or were flat out dropped. So I'm going to bring up 3 points that show that despite all of the consideration that has been done, we need to review based on this information. First, near and dear to my heart, the Magic Way traffic study. On April 16th, during the public hearing for Disneyland Forward, it was revealed that the city had done their own traffic count for Magic Way, but the information was not made available to the public. The public had no way of knowing the study existed and was never given the opportunity to review the data. This deprived the public of their right to share their views for the unpublished information, and for this reason, we should consider point 1 for the rehearing. For point 2, the city of Anaheim, when we go back and we look at the request for reconsideration, the city of Anaheim has adopted all Disneyland Forward provided studies as being true and accurate. Independent appraisals were not ordered or completed by the city in violation of city policy. Council Policy 5.5 does not allow for a peer review of applicants' appraisal. It requires the city to order an MAI appraisal. This policy cannot be circumvented by the city staff. Council Policy 1.0 requires a majority vote to waive a council policy. I'd also like to remind you that item 24 on tonight's agenda, the city ordered an independent appraisal for a street segment worth only $27,000, but skipped over that obligation for Disney. Anaheim's inconsistent compliance with policy is biased towards Disney. And the final point, the city may have engaged in ex parte communications with the applicant, which denied the public opportunity to access and review the same evidence upon which a city council based their information. Now, while the city council did disclose meetings with the applicant up until April 16th, there had been no public disclosure of the idea to use ATID funds for affordable housing. A letter from Disney to the City Council dated April 4th was included in staff's rebuttal for the request for the rehearing, showing that the city knew about the swap of ATID funds prior to the April 16th meetings, yet the subject and its accompanying documents were not made public as part of the packet. Those opposed to this project have been pushed through, are not going away just because City Council approved it. Our numbers are growing. We can try to resolve this conflict here in chambers, or you can take your chances that this might be part of a larger, more visible
Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry,
venue.
your time is up.
The choice is yours. Thank you for your time.
Uh-oh, now you're in trouble.
Good evening. Others have mostly discussed the concerns I raised in my request for rehearing, concerns that were not addressed by staff, as Ted White deftly tap danced around my complaints, although in some cases he did lend credibility to my complaints by providing a timeline that confirmed people were left outside for hours without having speaker cards collected. So thank you for your assistance, Mr. White. I also have another concern that did not fit the predetermined boxes on the application requesting a rehearing, so I'll share that now. When Disney's Ken Potrock stood at this microphone on April 16th and discussed with council members the use of ATID funds for affordable housing, that subject had not been disclosed on the agenda for discussion, which represents a blatant violation of the state's Brown Act. But it also revealed what I believe to be a hidden subsidy buried in the first amended and restated development agreement. Section 3.1.9.3, consideration and use of proceeds, use of funds for east-west connector. In exchange for the appraised value of the streets, Disney receives the rights to the roadways and exemption from any cost for the east-west connector. Now, it was already a huge stretch to believe that ATID might be able to manage the current obligations it already funds, and the pedestrian bridges being researched by Kittleson, and the bond payments for an east-west connector. But on April 16th, we learned for the first time that you have been planning to also tap that fund for ongoing affordable housing costs. The odds of funding all of these future projects from one money pot leaves the potential for ATID to be tapped out before the east-west connector is approved, leaving the project in need of an additional funding source, one Disney will be exempted from paying into based on the amended development agreement, an exemption Disney is getting for free with the value of street abandonments that we had not known about. So thank you, Mr. Potrock, for bringing this to our attention, because that is a tax exemption for the purpose of economic development, and it should trigger California Government Code 53083 for the disclosure of subsidies. None of the agreements approved on April 16th included the documentation to comply with state law in this manner. Now, before the city attorney jumps in to say he believes the city's actions were legally defensible, his standard response, while likely hoping nobody makes him legally defend anything, Keep in mind, the same city attorney said the same thing about Harry Sidhu's sale of the stadium not requiring compliance with the Surplus Land Act. The same city attorney who sat in that chair and said nothing while Harry Sidhu abused his colleagues and Anaheim taxpayers. So before refusing a rehearing by simply leaving it on the consent calendar, please remember that even a consent vote is still a recorded vote to not rehear an issue that was brought forward by your constituents. And you've got to ask yourselves tonight, just how lucky are you feeling that this won't go to a larger venue?
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Francisco Rosas.
Greetings and salutations, Mayor, council members. This one's directed strictly to District 4. How many funds were you paid by AirPAC to represent them since you were appointed and not elected by the residents of District 4? Because that alone should recuse your vote for Disneyland Forward to be excluded because you don't represent any of those from District 4. And anybody else who's under investigation from the previous mayors and his shenanigans, your vote should also be excluded. The treatment that you gave me, my wife, and the rest of our residents is deplorable. It's unexcusable. It's pathetic, and it's completely disrespectful. No one should ever be treated that way. We're all human beings. We all have a say and should be heard about our concerns of what's going on. I don't have a problem with Disney expanding to continue their profits, but to take the residents into consideration. And you, Miss from District 4, you should recuse yourself from any further decisions that happens in this committee.
Next speaker, Adriana Perez Rosas.
Hello, council people, Mayor Akins. I was here last for the April 16th hearing. I'm sure you guys remember me, at least I hope so. TikTok seems to have enjoyed my presentation. There's over, 150,000 views thus far. I now want to address the treatment that we received prior to entering these chambers. And so I will read to you the statement that I wrote after my experience here. Dear council people, my name is Adriana Perez Rosas, and I spoke last week at the city council meeting regarding Disneyland Forward. I spoke at the meeting and made my feelings very clear about how I felt about the project, so we do not need to rehash the issue, but you are welcome to view my participation at minute 5 and 14 seconds for your viewing pleasure, and to think long and hard about the project which we categorically reject, at least I categorically reject. I didn't get to speak until after 5, so it was a 5-hour wait. What I want to address here is the egregious contempt and disrespect shown to the residents, homeowners, taxpayers, and people, capitalized, people of Anaheim. The council kept the people of Anaheim outside of the public city of Anaheim building, public city of Anaheim. They did not ensure that we all had seats and that we were protected from the elements. The city of Anaheim and the council did not ensure ADA adherence in support of the elderly and the disabled. That's just for starters. But most violatory of all of our rights and freedoms as the people of Anaheim is that you offensively and disrespectfully packed the house with pro-Disneyland Forward advocates who were not residents of Anaheim and who had a vested interest. That is, they were not impacted directly, unlike me, by this behemoth that you are contemplating. The pro-Disneyland Forward people were hotel owners, restaurateurs, employees of Disneyland, electrical and construction industry union members whom I respect. Hey, power to the union. But you will leave. We will stay. We are the ones who will stay with this. And a variety of other characters who had nefarious and or corrupt interest in this project. I was looking around. I demanded another meeting, that was regarding the April 16th. I demanded another meeting regarding the issue take place wherein you show us the proper respect and prove to us that you are indeed public servants who are here to serve, pardon the redundancy, the public. And prove, unlike what you showed in last week's council meeting, that you are not in fact corrupt employees of Disneyland who respond not to the people of Anaheim, but rather act as servants or indentured servants or corrupt and dirty politicians who are at the beck and call of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, Disneyland.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is
The
up.
woman who represents our district, District 4, whose name I would rather forget, walked out during various interventions showing disrespect, contempt, and vomit-inducing arrogance. She does not represent us. She does not represent our
Ma'am,
district.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
She does not represent our people, our neighborhood, our values, and our interests. Hopefully,
Thank
she
you,
will be
ma'am.
gone when we next
I'm
vote.
sorry, your time is
unless
up.
she uses the dirty campaign money that she purportedly received from Disneyland through the greasing of the palm pack, thereby proving the disgusting
Ma'am, your
corruption
time
and
is up.
greed which she has been a party to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we please call the next speaker?
Next speaker, Sandra Caceres.
Good evening, everybody. I'm not prepared today. I have nothing written. But I'm here again to ask you guys to reconsider agenda number item 3. Understand us. I know you guys have a busy schedule, and I know you guys probably have important things on your phones or maybe, between each other and you guys. But understand us, the people. We see this ad, affordable housing, 30 million. You understand that a lot of people are still trying to recover from COVID, trying to make ends meet, and they see these ads and they go forward and they support this project, not knowing that affordable housing is really not affordable. Affordable for whom? I mean, we're talking about a 2-bedroom apartment, $2,500, $2,600. Who can afford that with the wages that you guys pay, with the wages the city pays? It's unbelievable. And okay, fine, Disney has to expand. Everything has to evolve, everything has to grow, but that's life. I understand that. But what about our youth? What about our kids? What about our protecting everybody else, making it beautiful for everybody else, not just Disneyland? We have down the street, 2 miles down, where it's horrible. This is my daughter, and this is who's gonna take over. I'm not gonna be here forever, neither are you guys. And what are we leaving them? Are you guys even thinking about them? Or are you guys just thinking about your pockets, about your future, about your families? Because you know what? This is what I'm worried about. Her and my kids, my other kids and my grandkids. This is what we, the people that voted for you, that walk with you, that trusted you, are waiting for you guys to support and remember us. Not just when you guys need a vote, but when we need you guys. We need you guys to make a change. There's a lot of things that needs to be done, especially the housing issue. We have a lot of problems with the schools. Schools are closing. We're losing students. We're losing teachers. Who's talking about this? No one. But Disneyland has to make sure they have a nice place for the tourists. That's not right. So that's what I'm here to say. Please reconsider, and don't forget about us little people. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers on agenda items. We'll now move forward to general comments, and we have 6 speakers to address the City Council on general comments. Our first speaker, Paul Hayek. Paul Hayek. We'll go to the next speaker and call him back if he's in the chamber still. Ruben Soto. Oh, Mayor and City Council, looks like we do have Mr. Hayek coming forward.
What we're going to have to do is that I am getting ready to go to the county, and propose somebody from the county run the county program for the homeless and make it one set of rules for all the homeless shelters. Santa Ana has 450 people, and they just went to the county to get more money for that shelter. And I told that operator, why don't you start hiring some of those that come through your door to help clean up and run the place.
Next speaker, Ruben Soto.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I haven't been here in a while, but I adopted my daughter. She was family, okay? I didn't want her in the system. And I could probably stand here. I lived in the streets. I worked at Boeing Aircraft for 38 years, made good money. But they took everything away from me. I could probably stand here and tell you I paid her way through school and everything. And I lived in the streets, homeless. I still am. But listen to this. As of April 2017, 5.5 million non-custodial parents owed over $114 billion in the past due child support. However, as of March 2019, estimates suggest that $10 billion in child support payments go uncollected every year. So I don't give a fuck what these people talking about, because there are probably some ones that are not paying their child support, their kids. I can stand here proudly, even though I'm homeless, that I took care of my daughter. Thank you.
Next speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin. Cecil Jordan Corkin.
Cecil has left. Cecil has left the building.
Reverend Father James Noble.
Mayor Atkins, I would like to at least make a comment that you've been very patient with the people on the running over on their time. I actually have a couple different topics. I don't know how much time I'll be able to do. The first is an issue which upsets a lot of people, are the people with loudspeakers outside of Disneyland Park proclaiming with their hate with the Christianity. I'm asking the City Council to get a hold of the City of Torrance, California, which has an ordinance with regard to using amplified sound with regard to such issues. They have it on their books. It works very well. If you can get their ordinance and put it here in Anaheim, it would make a lot of people, both visiting Anaheim and the general public, very happy if you could pursue that. Second, the homeless issues that you have outside are abominable. They know how to work the system. I met one, not here, but in Laguna Beach, where they say when they make over $100, not counting gift cards, it's a good day. Well, we have a simple solution. I was in Albuquerque, where they also have tremendous numbers of homeless who desperately want to leave. A lot of them want to be employed. Why don't we implement E-Verify in the city of Anaheim? Why don't we get people who want to be employed that are U.S. citizens into these hotels? How hard is it to make a bed and vacuum a floor? That's $20, $30 an hour. We could get everyone employed who needs to be employed. Albuquerque would be happy. We'd be happy. And all of a sudden, what did we do wrong? We just helped multiple cities. The last one is sort of a personal matter, and I'm going to point it out to the city attorney. Your city currently owes me $10,000 per week. Saddleback Church on Palm Sunday violated United States federal law, Title 18, Section 13, number 248, Access to Place of Religious Worship Act, with the blessing of your police department. Civil violation, $10,000. Just the act of intimidation is a violation. Deprivation of rights under color of law, claiming it's private property. It's not private property, it's quasi-public. And we can go with criminal conspiracy against civil rights. That's life in prison for your officers. I'm going to get a filing because I'm getting Lou Correa, when he's no longer going to be House of Representatives, to be my attorney. Welcome to learning to obey the laws of the United States. Good day.
Matthew Duncan.
Matthew Duncan, when I spoke to you the last meeting, I mentioned that the wildlife and animal rights organization known as People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, world's largest animal rights organization, has requested that the California Fish and Game Commission prohibit local governments from contracting with private trappers to trap and kill coyotes on public land, as what you guys do, and to prohibit killing coyotes in carbon dioxide gas chambers, what you guys also do. Some background on this request. The state of California has 482 cities. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals has identified 3 cities, Torrance, Anaheim, and Rancho Palos Verdes, as having, quote, coyote management plans that are described as barbaric, indiscriminate, cruel, dangerous, inhumane, disturbing, and ineffective. The 3 cities are contracted by Coyote Wildlife and Pest Solutions, which is owned by wildlife trapper Jimmy Rizzo, as you know. The apparent cost per single coyote trapped and killed by Rizzo in Anaheim is $3,069. That's per coyote. I'd just like to finish up by reading one short little paragraph from the request. Research into trap and kill programs of Torrance, Anaheim, and Rancho Palos Verdes exposed an alarming pattern in which the contracted private trapper is effectively allowed to conduct dangerous snaring activities throughout densely populated cities with little to no oversight by the city. For example, Anaheim and Rancho Palos Verdes produced no records indicating that the cities had any knowledge of where snare traps are placed or of Rizzo's day-to-day activities. So given the known harms and proven ineffectiveness of these programs, it stands to reason that the only entity benefiting from these lethal removal programs is the trapper. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. Earlier this evening, I got to listen to a gentleman from Anaheim First, I believe. He actually offered up an apology for what had happened with the company that he's a part of now. I'm surprised you didn't at least think to give it a new name. Just, something different. But he actually came up here and apologized. And as of yet, we don't have any apologies from any of you. And we're really trying to be nice to you and say, we realize that you didn't do this. I know that Steve isn't the police officer who turned off his recorder and threatened to kill me, called Polish and Jewish people. I know it's not you, Steve. You're actually worse than him because you're the authority figure who allows that behavior to continue. You know it's wrong, but you keep doing it. And the sad thing is you're sitting right next to 6 other people who all know that what they're doing is wrong, but they keep doing it. Today at the county meeting, there's a table, Orange County Mental Health, 6 people out there. They asked me to take their picture. They're all working for, so I took their picture. I was smiling, happy day. And they said, can you help us? And I said, I think I'm in a position where I need your help. See, I'm in a criminal trial, and my criminal defense attorney won't sit down and go over discovery, but she'll order psychiatric evaluations. And she knows this is wrong. She knows that this is the exact same tool that the Nazis used against the Polish and Jewish people. And yet she's participating in it. Just like each and every one of you are participating in things you know are completely wrong. And even though these aren't even like little things. You know, it's not like the toilet paper stuck to the bottom of your dress or your pants and you're walking around. This is like you've got a face full of chocolate and you're saying, I'm not eating any chocolate. You know, we come down here with respect for you to try and help you make healthier decisions. And you don't care. You actually laugh at us, threaten us. I mean, the things that you've done, that you've allowed to be done, are terrible. And it's a shame because, you know, just the other day I had a heartfelt moment with Norma, right? I mean, that was amazing. That's human interaction right there. You treated me like a human being. But when I share that my family's in sustained terror, I get nothing. The people of Anaheim are in terror because you're not listening to us. Please pay attention. We know what's going on. We want to help you make wiser decisions. Happy day.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive public comments electronically. Those public comments were 29 for item 20 and 30 for general comments. Each of those comments were distributed to council as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you. We're now going to close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to council communications. If any council member has something to share, please ring in. I'm going to kick off tonight and begin by sharing, if we can pull up some of the slides, thank you. Sharing that several of us in the Anaheim delegation, council colleagues and staff had the honor of visiting our sister city of Mito in Japan in late April. This was our city's second delegation visit to Mito in the past 20 years. We made the trip to promote cultural exchange as part of our 50-year sister city relationship with Mito and to promote Anaheim as a place to invest and to visit. Our trip started in Tokyo, where we met with the Japanese Association of Travel Agents, one of the largest booking agencies for trips to Anaheim. From there, we went to Mito, where we met with Mayor Yasushi Takahashi and other city officials. In Mito, we had a chance to present an investment opportunity and share with them about opportunities available in the Anaheim Canyon. As you can see in some of the pictures, bottom left, we were welcomed by Mito-chan, their city's adorable mascot, although I do think we still win with Andy Anaheim. So I want to thank the delegation from Mito for visiting us last year and for their amazing hospitality in welcoming me and my council colleagues. I also wanted to share this weekend, was a busy weekend in Anaheim. I wanted to start off with thanking Paul Cott for inviting me and some of my council colleagues to attend a ribbon cutting for Zion Lutheran Church's thrift store that they just opened on Lincoln Avenue. The Zion Lutheran Church has been active and doing good deeds in Anaheim for over 120 years. They recently moved their thrift store from Fullerton and chose Anaheim as its location. So thank you very much for having me there for the ribbon cutting. And I encourage everyone, whether you are looking for a newfound treasure or ready to part with a treasure of your own, please consider Zion Lutheran's new thrift store on Lincoln. This weekend also was the Cinco de Mayo festival in Anaheim. I wanted to thank all of our city staff, police, fire, public utilities, community services, as well as an OCTA board member, wanted to give a shout out to OCTA, who went and supported this wonderful, long-standing tradition in Anaheim to celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Last, I wanted to give a shout out and special thanks to our department head of public utilities, Mr. Dooku Lee, for inviting me to the Honda Center on April 8th for the annual water conservation poster project. We have students in all grades from our Anaheim schools that present their artwork, and the theme is always how to conserve water in the city of Anaheim, which gives them an opportunity not only to learn about our city's groundwater replenishment system, but to teach their parents and their fellow students about how important water conservation is. So the next time you see, I don't see one up here, but if you see one of our famous Anaheim water bottles, please take an opportunity to look at the drawings on these water bottles. Those are all done by Anaheim students. So thank you to Anaheim Public Utilities, and thank you to the Anaheim Ducks for hosting us and for this amazing opportunity. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd like to ask that we close our meeting tonight in memory of Wilma Ellen Ast. Mrs. Ast passed away last month at the tender age of 104. She lived in her home in District 4 for 63 years and leaves behind a total of 34 grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. So last month, District 4 residents and businesses experienced a power outage. Lasted several hours. Thank you to APU, our public utilities, for working to restore power as quickly as possible. When these kinds of outages happen, you run into some really good, heartwarming stories. One resident, a young woman, messaged APU on Facebook. Thank you, APU, for looking at Facebook. She was concerned that she was going to be unable to heat her baby's refrigerated formula. Leave it to meter shop supervisor Eddie, who quickly, not in his truck, took a portable battery generator to help her and her baby. This is the way that APU works. Thank you for the incredible service that you give. Lastly, on a very different scale, those are decorated doors at Tyrell Plaza. The residents there, the residents there recently had a contest. They decorated their doors for the springtime. Certainly my life has had both ups and downs, as probably all of yours have had, and I have much to be thankful for. Sometimes I forget, I think we all forget at times, that just how precious life and community are as we rush through our days. About a week and a half ago, I was reminded how precious life is and how quickly the community around you can change. A week and a half ago, the life of Anna Monterosa was senselessly taken. Anna tragically died in a murder-suicide at the Tyrell Plaza Senior Community. Thankfully, no one else was injured during this horrible incident. And sadly, this could have happened anywhere. It's not unique to Tyrell Plaza. What is unique to this community is the humanity I saw following this unthinkable accident. I spent time with the residents who had been evacuated to the Catella High School gym. Not a one was complaining or worried about their own discomfort. They were all calling their neighbors who had been left behind to make sure they were okay. The neighbors left behind were told to lock their doors, don't come out, staying away from the door. They were terrified, but these neighbors at Catella were calling them to tell them they were going to be okay. The next morning, I saw residents in groups of 2 and 3 knocking on their neighbors' doors to make sure they were all okay. Again, those residents taking care of each other. Many of us know some of the residents there. Many of us know Dr. Patricia, who walked with me while I judged the decorated doors just 10 minutes before the shooting. Many of us know Linda Adair, who is on our Housing Commission here at the city, serving at the same time I served on the Housing Commission. And of course, many of us know Cecil, who often joins us here at council. And our city's response, community services, park rangers, our APD, they were all at the high school to make evacuees as comfortable as possible on the night of the shooting. Community services employees who had worked all day, volunteered to go help those residents, and took them water and snacks, made sure their phones could be charged. Our police officers giving them hugs, making sure they felt okay and safe. The next day, Shawnee, Grace, Greg, and the chief took a team of people, including chaplains, counselors, even a therapy dog, to the residents to make sure every single resident had the opportunity to talk to someone one-on-one. Thank you, Chief Armendariz. Thank you, Shawnee Larson Cash. Thank you, Grace Scepter, and thank you, Greg Garcia. I also want to thank the hotels and restaurants in the resort area. They called within hours asking how they could help, offering food to the residents. When I was going around thanking our police officers for being there and for doing what they did, Police Sergeant Conklin, who some of us know, said, you know, Norma, we're not perfect. We make mistakes. City staff isn't perfect. They make mistakes sometimes. But when it comes to situations like this, we do it the Anaheim way. We take care of our residents and we take care of our city. We never want a tragedy to strike our community, but I was proud to see our community's resilience in the face of tragedy. And I was very proud of our own city team taking care of our community the Anaheim way. Madam Mayor, I ask that we close tonight's meeting in memory of Anna Monterosa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're so thankful that you're safe, and thank you for your service and leadership at that tough time. Councilmember Diaz, and then Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Teresa? Oh. I also went to, I was part of the team that went to Japan. Some of the pictures, there we go. That's some of the pictures. We made the news in Mito, even the TV station. Next, the picture to the right is on my own. I went and did a tour of a water waste treatment plant. You wouldn't guess that's a water waste treatment plant, but it grabbed my attention since that's my expertise. The way they optimize the space and the way they optimize the architecture to blend the communities is way awesome to me, way awesome. Teresa, a little bit more. In Mito, we met with Mayor Takahashi. We toured the city. I felt very welcoming by the residents and the city council. This is Anaheim Way, which is a street named after us in Mito. A little bit more. To the left, that's Mayor Takahashi. He was taking care of his students in the way to school, delivering flyers about safety. And to the right is our welcoming, the welcoming that they did to us at the Mito City Council. Employees had the American and the Japanese flag. That put me in tears. Give me hope that this was a nation that Japan and us were mortal enemies years ago, many years ago, and give me the hope that one day again, Republicans and Democrats will shake hands again and work for a common goal. So that it was a well worth a trip and give me hope that for the future of this country. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I also joined the mayor and my two council colleagues at the Mito Japan trip. I met with the Mito's delegation, their mayor, their council chair, and their staff. I think one of my takeaways was their business dinner reception that I think we all attended. I had the opportunity to sit with their, what we might call their assistant mayor, their vice mayor. Nice guy, Kinji, as a matter of fact. And I presented my, it's gift giving is a big thing between the two cities. And I ended up, well, there's 28 little Anaheim books now in Mito, Japan, and I don't know how they're going to translate them, but they have them nonetheless, and they were very taken by that. We had a couple of business lunches where we discussed through translators, and they provided liberal translation for us. They know much more English than we do Japanese, fortunately or unfortunately for us. And we talked about a number of potential partnerships that the city of Anaheim and Mito could move forward on in the future. They visit us about every other year, and as the mayor already said, it's twice in 20 years. So it was, Mayor, we need to be more mindful of that, maybe in the future. And Mayor, I would like to close the city council meeting tonight. Again, we've already had a couple of names. But in the memory of Diane Marsh, you'd have to be about my age to remember her. She started and led the historic preservation movement in Anaheim in the 70s, late 60s and early 70s. Those were I call them the bulldozer years, and the downtown that I was raised with was taken from us, and it was Diane and others that worked on historic preservation. The Anaheim Carnegie Library was one of their projects that was slated for demolition. The Kramer Building, our 5 or 6 story skyscraper across the street, was also slated for demolition. They got both of those properties recognized on the National Historic Register. And I think Andy Deneau literally padlocked his hands to the front doors of the what is today the museum. So she loved Anaheim. She worked very, very hard to keep what little historic buildings we have. In fact, all the historic buildings we have currently, I think probably have her fingerprints on. So may she rest in peace. And also, we lost a 32-year Anaheim APU family member, Mike Reynolds. Mike Reynolds worked in both as our operations manager and field manager, and he retired in 2006 after 32 years of distinguished service. He was one of those people that nobody knows, yet literally, not figuratively, but literally kept the lights on in this city. I owe Mike a lot. In 1998, he gave me a call. And he said, "Steve, there's a couple of openings in the Public Utilities Board. I think you should apply." And I said, "Well, Mike, these are, members of the community of the first rank. I don't belong there." And he said, "I think you do." And surprising to me, I got a 5-0 vote from the city council at that point, and that led to 20 years of volunteer service. And here I am today, and Mike thought enough of me to make that recommendation so many years ago. Mike, I miss you. Anyway, thank you. Did some other stuff. Mayor's already talked about a few of them. Madam Mayor, I think we saw you at the ribbon cutting of the 3 new restaurants in downtown Disney. I know Mr. Potrock was there. It was a wonderful morning. Paseo, Centrico, and Tiendita are 3 new restaurants in downtown Disney from Chef Carlos Gaira. There was the Sycamore Public Safety Academy graduation in District 5, 30 nice young men and women who hopefully will come back to Anaheim in some type of police or fire service. Last Saturday, I joined the Rotary Club at the cleanup of Balsam Curtis neighborhood. I do that twice a year with them. Oh, yes, we actually have photos here. There we are, the Balsam Curtis neighborhood. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. And I'm the Kiwanian, but they allowed me to come and join them anyway with the Rotary Club. Do we have another photo? Oh, and there we are at the Zion Lutheran opening of their Zion thrift store, coming back to Anaheim as where it belonged. And Madam Mayor, I was standing next to you for the ribbon cutting. That was a lot of fun. We had a wonderful meeting, and of course you can see our Anaheim kid, Lou Correa from the congressman. And is there one more? Oh, okay. And I also was invited to the Rio Vista PTA Health Fair. Rio Vista School is in Anaheim, although it's part of the Placentia Yorba Linda School District. And I was invited to that and walked all the booths, and we had a lot of fun there. That's, I believe, Marilyn Anderson, one of their board members to my right in the photo. And and while I wasn't able to visit the Anaheim Cinco de Mayo, my aide did. I was with my grandchildren, so that kind of trumped the Cinco de Mayo VIP breakfast. And Madam Mayor, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our District 2 community gathered at the 2nd annual Children's Day Fun Fair at Barton Park this weekend. It was a day filled with fun and a lot of resources. I just wanted to thank all of our amazing partners, our volunteers, and our vibrant Anaheim community for making our event unforgettable. A big thank you as well to some of the fellow elected officials that joined in on the fun, including Congressman Correa, Assemblywoman Quirk Silva, Trustee McAllis, and I might be missing a few others. But all in all, it was a great event, a special shout out to my own team for their efforts in putting it all together. There was a lot of last minute planning issues that we overcame, and I just wanted to give them a shout out for that, and a shout out to all of the community members, including Dr. Downing and the Anaheim Elementary School District for all of their support and participation in helping us make an awesome event for children in our community. I was excited to also join the Southern California Association of Governments 2024 Regional Conference and General Assembly in Palm Springs this past week, representing the city of Anaheim. I connected with local and regional leaders to share and learn from each other on the future of mobility, housing, and communities, the environment, and the economy, and also learned some valuable information from a panel regarding local transportation in our cities and across the Southern California region. So a big thank you to all of the SCAG staff who helped to put that together. Pursuant to AB 1234, I also visited Mito, Japan as a representative of the city and joined a few council colleagues and staff in visiting. We had the opportunity to tour some of their city facilities, including their new city hall, one of their schools, also met with the mayor and council members, further solidifying our sister city relationship. In addition, I also participated in meetings with HIS, which is Japan's second largest travel agency, as well as the Japan Association of Travel Agents, where I had the opportunity to highlight District 2's Little Arabia as an additional must-visit area for people visiting our city. A couple of upcoming events. We hope you join us in making our community safer this Saturday, May 11th at Booker's Community Center, starting at 10 a.m. for a gun buyback program in collaboration with Supervisor Sarmiento, Supervisor Chafee, APD, and others. This program provides a safe and anonymous way for members of our community to surrender firearms that are no longer needed or wanted. I encourage those who are interested to participate in the gun buyback program and join us in building a safer, stronger Anaheim community. We also ask that you mark your calendars to join Senator Tom Umberg and me for our Community Health and Resource Fair on Saturday, June 22nd at Loera High School. A great opportunity to take advantage of a variety of health screenings, discover valuable resources, booths that will feature local health agencies, and allow you to discover those. We're making those available in our community to support health and wellness. We will be sharing registration info as soon as we get it, but make sure to subscribe to our newsletter to get the latest information, and we look forward to seeing you there. I did want to highlight our business and restaurants of the month for the month of April. I wanted to extend my congratulations to University Veterinary Center for being named as District 2's Business of the Month for the month of April. Last month, we also celebrated World Veterinary Day, and we salute UVC's exceptional care and dedication to the well-being of our pets. From routine checkups to emergency care, they're always ready to help. Congratulations to Dr. Ash and the entire team for their commitment to pet wellness in our community. And for our restaurant of the month, for the month of April, proud to congratulate and recognize Köfteci. If you're looking for a place to immerse yourself in the rich tapestry of Turkish cuisine, this is the place for you. They're located off of Brookhurst in District 2's Little Arabia. Wasim and his mom took over the restaurant a number of years ago, updating the menu with delicious family recipes, and they really have something for everyone, from kofta to donors, pita to baklava. The entire team crafts authentic flavors, bringing a taste of Turkey to your plate right here in West Anaheim. So make sure to check them out. Congratulations once again to them for being named our District 2's April 2024 Restaurant of the Month. And finally, Madam Mayor, just to conclude, earlier today we received devastating news of the passing of Anaheim Union High School District Trustee Anna Piercy. I join her family and our community in grieving her loss. Anna was an Anaheim Sister City Commissioner, an educator, a dedicated public servant, an Anaheim City volunteer whose unwavering commitment to the Anaheim Union High School District, to Anaheim, the broader Orange County community has touched the lives of countless individuals. I remember her, I got to work with her as a student ambassador when I was there with the Anaheim Union High School District, and have very fond memories, and want to thank her for her support throughout these years. During this difficult time, her family and I, and all who knew her, are in my thoughts and prayers. And Mayor Aiken, I would ask that we also adjourn today's meeting in her memory and in her honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubacalva?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. Thank you, everybody who participated in public comment. I know it's been a long night, but we appreciate you being part of the public process, so thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe I have some slides. So in District 3, we've been pretty busy. There's economic revitalization underway on Anaheim Boulevard. I'm happy to announce that there are 2 Anaheim iconic restaurants that have received $26,000 in storefront improvement funds from the City of Anaheim. For those of you who are familiar, we have Pollo Fino and Taco Boy, who have been serving our city for decades, over 4 decades, just to be clear. They've been here in the same location, family-owned for many, many years. I'd like to thank Sergio Ramirez of Economic Development and his entire Economic Development team for bringing this initiative to our city. It not only helps our small businesses, but it also helps beautify our community. Next slide. So everybody knows I went to Anaheim High School, class of '96, as did many people who live in my district. But I'm also happy to announce that Anaheim High School girls varsity basketball team is headed to the Section 7 tournament in Arizona in early June, where the best teams get in front of college coaches. I also want to recognize Coach Vince Gomez, who is in this picture to the right. He's also an alum of Anaheim High School class of 2008, but he's a dedicated coach, and he really motivates these athletes to go beyond the Anaheim High School experience. I've seen his passion for coaching and instilling positive values that will serve well beyond our students' high school sports. I also want to thank the sponsors who help cover all travel expenses. So in order for them to travel to Arizona, for many of these girls, it's the first time leaving Anaheim or even the state of California. They needed to raise $2,300. And one of our community leaders and mom, Sophia Romero, came to me and my staff and asked if we would help just identify sponsors who might be willing to support our students. And I'd like to give a shout out to Paul Cott, who is a local business owner and also an alum of Anaheim High School, former Assembly member and Anaheim Mayor Tom Daly, Anaheim Police Association, and Safeco Protection Services for sponsoring all of the expenses for these students to not only travel there, but also have room and board as well as food to eat while they are representing Anaheim High School in Arizona. Next slide. I also want to mention that this is our second year of hosting a scholarship for Anaheim High School students or anybody who lives in District 3, which is the district I represent. We will be giving away 3 $1,000 scholarships. This opportunity will be open until the 17th of this month, and we will announce the winners by the 30th. So if you know a high schooler who's graduating this year, it doesn't matter if they're going to college, but they have completed their senior year and plan to either enter a trade or another profession, they qualify for the scholarship. So please share the information. Next slide. I also want to highlight the End of Watch cycling team, which they ride in honor of fallen law enforcement officers. Featured here are some of the members of our Anaheim PD, along with other law enforcement agencies across Southern California. So this team started in Sacramento at the Peace Officers Memorial and will ride 631 miles to Anaheim. End of Watch partners with the Anaheim Police Survivors and Scholarship Fund in raising funds for families of law enforcement officers killed or severely injured in the line of duty and providing college scholarships. Since End of Watch rides started in 2018, it has raised $62,500. During the agenda setting portion of our meeting, I would ask to bring this team in to be recognized for this 631-mile ride, as well as the fundraising that they do on behalf of our fallen officers' families. And then last but certainly not least, I would like to welcome a new resident to District 3, Skylar Smith. Skylar came into the world about 2 months ago, and she is a beautiful blessing, not only to her family, but also the residents of District 3 and Anaheim. That concludes my council comments.
That is hard to follow. That is a cute baby. So now the city manager gets to follow that. Do we have an update, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Rubalcaba. Anaheim Workforce Connection. Join the Anaheim Workforce Connection this Saturday, May 11th, for a youth job fair at Museo from 9 in the morning until noon. Attendees interested in the career fair are encouraged to dress in interview attire and bring resumes. For information, contact Anaheim Workforce Connection, 714-765-4350. And from our Anaheim PD, Anaheim Police have reopened the front counter at the East Substation. Hours are Monday through Friday, 9 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon. It is closed Saturdays and Sundays and city holidays. Services offered at the East Substation include filing police reports, citation sign-offs for Anaheim residents, and vacation home checks. Also, Anaheim PD wants to welcome the newest member of the Anaheim Police Department, K9 Odin. Odin and his handler, Officer Brett Clevos, recently graduated from the K9 Academy and are ready to serve our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We will now address the City Council consent calendar. Items 1 through 21 are before us. Are there any members of council that wish to remove an item for further discussion? I'll start with Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Item number 15.
Okay, Councilmember Leon.
17, please, Madam Mayor.
Okay, number 15 and number 17. If no other items are to be pulled, can we have a motion to move the balance of the consent?
Second.
Motion and a second, please vote.
The consent calendar included adoption of ordinances for item number 20, a resolution, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting amendments to the Disneyland Resort Specific Plan number 92-1, amendment number 9 to the Disneyland Resort Specific Plan, ordinance number 6573, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting amendments to Chapter 18.114 Disneyland Resort Specific Plan number 92-1, zoning and development standards of Title 18 of Anaheim Municipal Code, and amending ordinances numbers 5377 and 5378 as previously amended, amendment number 9 to the Disneyland Resort Specific Plan, ordinance number 6574, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting amendment of the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan number 92-2, amendment number 17 to the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan, ordinance number 6575, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting an amendment to Chapter 18.116 Anaheim Resort Specific Plan number 92-2, zoning and development standards of the Title 18 of the Anaheim Municipal Code, and amending ordinance numbers 5453 and 5454, and previously amended amendment number 17 to the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan. Ordinance number 6576, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending sections 18.40.080 structural height limitations, Anaheim Commercial Recreation Area of Chapter 18.40, general development standards of the Anaheim Municipal Code. And ordinance number 6577, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting the first amended and restated development agreement number 96-01 by and between the City of Anaheim and Walt Disney World Company, renamed Walt Disney Parks and Resorts U.S. Inc. in 2009, and making certain findings related thereto. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. So item number 15 was pulled by Councilmember Rubacalva. Would you like a full staff report, or do you have a specific question?
Staff report would be good, thank you.
And you know, maybe we'll give Director White, if you maybe just hold on 1 minute while people are slowly exiting the room.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. By way of the city manager, I'm going to ask Mr. Director White, would you please provide us a staff report?
Thank you. Item number 15 this evening is the annual notice of intent between the City of Anaheim and the County of Orange for animal care services for this fiscal year. We are 8 years into a 10-year contract that will terminate April 2026 for animal care services. With me this evening, Mark Dickinson to my right, who oversees our contract from our Code Enforcement Division, and Monica Schmidt, the fairly newly appointed permanent director of animal care services for the County of Orange. And we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council member?
Thank you. So it seems like a lot of money, and I see that it's collective. We pay into it with other cities. And then I also noticed in Exhibit B, it talks about the various services that are provided. So animal control services, animal care services, shelter services, barking dog complaints. Do we have an accounting or some sort of record of how much Anaheim, how many of these complaints are attributed to Anaheim residents calling in and getting services?
I'll ask Monica to give us some more information on that. Thank you.
We do, and in each quarter, we send an account specific to your city so that you get a copy of each of those numbers and where your calls are coming from. And we also track nuances within that. So for instance, there's been an increase this year compared to last year on things like your Anaheim Police Department calling our team for assistance. So it can be for a variety of reasons, but your charges are based 100% on your city's utilization of the services.
So the 5.2 million is just up to, that would be the amount that we could potentially be paying for a year, but that's all based on use?
It is an estimate, and usually I would say within a fairly small margin of error, it will be approximately in that number. One thing I will note, though, is that, let's see, where's the amount? Excuse me. Oh, excuse me, yes, 1.9 million. So a portion of that is actually going towards our shared contribution to the physical building itself. And so let's see, what will our...
The 7.7 million for the, I think it was prepaid fees.
We've got 1.9 million left on that invoice. But our portion, what's our portion this year? Well, there's about 2 years left on that, so I'm going to say approximately.
This is for services only. So the 5.28 is specific to the service estimate for the coming fiscal year. If it's a 7.1 total, then your allowance this year for the building pay into that fund, that would just be the difference, 7.1 million minus the 5.28.
Okay. And then question about cats. So a lot of the residents in District 3 do have issues with stray cats. Would that be included in animal control services?
So with animal care, we focus on taking in sick, injured, aggressive cats. There is not a leash law in regards to stray healthy cats like there are for stray healthy dogs. So we focus on the most at risk. In addition to that, we would take in any animals that were underage or a nursing mom with kittens. We would consider those at risk as well. But if it is just a healthy stray community cat, so to speak, where maybe probably belongs to 4 different houses feeding it, we would not necessarily take that cat in if they are healthy and thriving in the environment.
Okay, so that's good to know, because I've been visiting a lot of neighborhoods in my district lately, and there are a lot of kittens that people are either finding in cars or and they're looking for homes for these cats so they can actually call animal services.
Yes, or they can bring them in over the counter. We have a robust foster program. Last year, we fostered out nearly 3,000 animals, and the bulk of those were underage kittens, where we have community volunteers who take them into their home and bottle feed them until they're old enough to be placed up for adoption. So we have a variety of programming to help when they're underage like that.
Those are all the questions that I have at this time. That concludes my questions. Thank you. And I also just want to give you guys a shout out. So at our FRCs, which is our Family Mobile Resource Centers, you guys do provide tags for dogs or cats, and it is a tremendous hit with residents in my district. The lines are usually pretty long, and people are very appreciative of that opportunity to get a new tag for their cat or dog.
I'm glad to hear that, and if it's helpful to know, as of mid-April, I think we'd given out over 800 tags at those events, and they are free to your community residents who are in need of an updated pet tag. Our hope is that if their pet does get lost, it would help their pet get home a little faster, having a good contact information and name.
Great. And then last question I brought. Is there, for feral cats, I actually have a resident who is fixing the cats at her own expense or having them spayed. Are there opportunities through the county for food for pets who are being fostered?
For food resources, we do have a drive-through pet pantry once a month. It's the second Saturday of each month. It is primarily funded through donations, so we work with other grantors and large organizations as well as Good Samaritans who supply us with donated pet food, and people can line up and normally dog and cat food primarily, but we do get a variety of others, bird food, rabbit food, and we just give until we run out. And so that is a monthly support system for pet owners in need who are feeding their pets and maybe struggling to make ends meet.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a brief question. Can you walk me through how it is that the city partners with you or works with you like on a daily basis? Is it code enforcement calling you? Is it just PD? Is it a combination of all of those?
All of the above and more, I would say, is the easy answer. So obviously, our officers would dispatch as a priority call if your PD or fire department were to call us in reference to a need. And that could be as simple as perhaps they are arresting someone who has pets in the car with them. Maybe a resident lives alone and they're being hospitalized and there are pets in the home. They want to make sure before they leave that somebody is there to take those animals into custody for care. It's also over the counter through Good Samaritans. We have people who will bring it, they might find a stray dog, bring it into our shelter, and we will actually take it over the counter as well. If you are a resident and you call us because you see a dog wandering around the park, we will send an officer out to pick up that dog as well. So it's through a variety, both from public calling in for assistance as well as your specific services here in the city.
Okay, thank you. And then do we have that information available for our residents? Is it on our website for folks that need to call you for services? Or is it preferred that they reach out to our city staff?
The City of Anaheim has a dedicated page that does direct people back to our website for animal-related services. And then once they're on our website, there's a variety of information anywhere from how to pay your pet license as a resident of the City of Anaheim to what to do if you need services of some sort.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The county for some years had a catch, spay, neuter, and return program. Do they still?
So currently, it is we've been given guidance that it is seen as not legal to operate what is known as a TNR program, a trap, neuter, and release program. We are actively monitoring litigation that is happening across the state, including down in San Diego, which could have an impact to the understanding of the penal code. We're also monitoring legislative efforts that could potentially see a change to the understanding of the penal code as it sits today. And that penal code we're referencing is 597 in reference to abandonment of just dropping an animal back into the community. So we've received legal guidance that we're following at this time. Like everyone else in animal welfare, we're really monitoring and looking forward to some sort of resolve and clarification on what we can provide, whether that be through legislative efforts or litigation efforts.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Diaz.
I just would like you to repeat the days and location of the free drive-through pet giveaway.
Sure, it's the second Saturday of every month. Last year, we gave out, I think, over 86 tons of free pet food. Let me double check, I don't want to tell you wrong. 81 tons of pet food to feed nearly 9,000 pets in Orange County. You don't have to qualify for that assistance, and it is the second Saturday of every month from 8 to 10 a.m.
Location?
At the shelter. We're at 1630 Victory Road in Tustin, California.
Thank you. With no further questions, may I have a motion in a second? We have a motion by Councilmember Leon.
Second.
Second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item number 17 that was pulled by Councilmember Leon. Councilmember, would you like a full staff report or do you have a specific question?
Full staff report, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We are going to welcome to the front our Anaheim Public Utilities Director, Mr. Dooku Lee.
Director Lee, no comments about telephones this time around, please.
No comments about telephones this time, promise. This agreement is for a battery storage resource to help continue our transformation towards environmentally friendly power supplies while being very mindful of customer bills. State mandates require that APU and all other utilities in California supply 60% of our power from renewable resources by 2030, and that power supplies are from carbon-free resources by 2045. However, solar and wind energy may not be available when we need it, so APU is seeking to include this battery resource to address gaps when we either have too much or too little energy to support our customers. When there is too much energy in the middle of the day from abundant solar, we can capture that energy, put it into batteries. Similarly, when there is insufficient solar or wind energy in the evening when the sun is setting, we can use the battery system to provide its stored power. A competitive solicitation and request for proposals was released in fall 2023, seeking renewable energy resources and energy storage solutions. One standalone battery energy storage resource was submitted by NextEra Energy Resources, which is a direct parent company to Roadhouse Energy Storage, LLC. The proposal was evaluated by APU staff along with an independent consulting firm to assess operating characteristics, access to transmission lines, developer experience, and a detailed financial analysis. NextEra has completed similar battery storage projects for Southern California Edison, Pacific Gas and Electric, and Clean Power Alliance. The proposal is for a developer-constructed and maintained 300-megawatt battery system located in Ontario and San Bernardino County. For context, 300 megawatts is about 60% of our peak demand during the summer. The agreement includes performance guarantees since batteries degrade over time, requiring the developer to make improvements to meet these performance guarantees. Safety is also a major consideration for this system, and the project would be required to meet national fire protection and local building codes. The battery system would not only meet our local needs, but also meet the needs of the regional grid managed by the California Independent System Operator. During a flex alert, when the grid is stressed, when weather conditions reduce solar and wind, if there is a wildfire affecting transmission lines, or even during the recent solar eclipse, battery systems are called upon, much like a peaker plant. And it supports the regional grid and avoids rolling blackouts. APU would recover our costs from corresponding wholesale sales and a reduction in the payments that we make to be part of this interconnected grid. A critical part of this recommendation is the financial analysis. The annual cost for the battery system is $67.5 million, which is certainly a significant dollar amount. And since the battery doesn't produce energy, we would also need to purchase energy when there is an abundance. And that is estimated at about $3.5 million per year. This totals $71 million we expect to pay on an annual basis. However, the financial benefits from having access to the wholesale energy market and the reduction in grid charges is estimated at $78 million, resulting in a net benefit of $7 million annually. This $7 million would be used to invest in additional renewable energy projects to meet our state compliance requirements. This is a 20-year agreement with operation expected to start in 2027. If approved, the developer would initiate engineering designs, procurement, and permitting activities in order to meet the timeframe. In summary, this battery storage project will provide both local and regional grid support, help our transition to more sustainable energy, and keep our customer rates affordable by recovering our operating costs. And with that, I and Brian Bielner are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions, Dooku. So you mentioned that this is going to cost us $71 million annually, but in comparison to $78 million annually, that $78 million, is that something that we're already spending money on currently?
No, that would be revenue as a result of this project. So the energy storage, basically, we would be able to dispatch it when needed, and it would be part of that interconnected grid, that regional grid. And so we would receive funds essentially to help recover our costs. So it's a net positive variance for putting this battery in.
Got it. And does this, so we're going to be paying $67.5 million a year over 20 years. Is that something that you've been, I'm assuming, budgeting for, or how do you prepare for that, that cost?
So the time frame is actually very much part of our strategic plan, which is in 2027, we exit a project where we're currently receiving power from a coal plant in Utah. So there are funds that we expend, and that's tailing off in 2027. So this fits very nicely into our portfolio to basically make up that difference in the energy that we can utilize as part of this battery storage project.
Got it. Thank you. And then are there any plans to kind of keep us updated as the project progresses in terms of just kind of how things are going and what the status is?
Absolutely. We can provide periodic updates. So there is, as I mentioned, design procurement process that we'll still have to go through. And so that's estimated to take 2 years. But if there's significant milestones, we'd be happy to inform the council as well as our Public Utilities Board.
Got it. Thank you. And then final question, does this involve any hikes to rates of our residents?
Actually, because it's a net positive variance, it's helpful as we're dealing with increasing costs, as every agency is dealing with increasing costs. This project will help us to kind of maintain and avoid significant rate increases over time.
Cool. Thank you. No other questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz?
Just one question. You have to do this as a result of a state mandate, right? To reduce energy.
So we don't have to buy a battery project as a result of the state mandates, but we do have to buy more renewable power, which is not always available when we need it or when customers need it. Like, for example, in the evening hours as the sun is setting. So as a result, this battery helps us to integrate those types of renewable intermittent resources by giving us access to power when we need to dispatch it to meet either our local customer needs or statewide grid needs.
Okay. May I safely assume that the state didn't support their mandate with any funding?
So this is something that we've looked into, and there may be some grant funds available for the developer, and we've asked them to tap into all the available resources, but our costs are still going to be a net positive variance. So even if there were a grant to reduce the cost, we're still going to come out ahead on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you. If no further questions, may I have a motion and a second?
I'll
Okay, we have a
second.
Motion and a second. Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the business calendar. Item number 22 is a report on city regulations regarding political signs as requested by Councilmember Meeks. Mr. City Manager, can we have a staff report?
I just for a staff report from Deputy City Manager White, please.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Ted White, Deputy City Manager and Planning and Building Director. With me for this item are Brittany Malinowski, Assistant to the City Manager, and our Code Enforcement Manager, Mark Dickinson. At the January 23rd, 2024 Council meeting, Councilmember Meeks requested an informational item on the city's regulations regarding political signs. This presentation will provide an overview of the city's regulations governing political signs in the city, as well as describe the city's enforcement tools and practices. In order to address potential safety concerns and maintain community aesthetics, the municipal code includes regulations that govern the size, location, and duration of political signs on private property and in the public right-of-way. These provisions aim to strike a balance between safeguarding freedom of speech and addressing concerns such as safety hazards, visual clutter, and property rights. I'll begin with describing the size limits on political signs. The municipal code establishes a maximum size dimension of political signs at 32 square feet without the need to obtain a building permit. Most often, we see the larger signs, often an 8x4 as shown here, in the form of banners, and that's the most common type, which are attached to walls, fences, or small freestanding posts on private property. Larger size signs than this are allowed, however, a building permit would be necessary, and the time and process involved to obtain a building permit for a temporary sign is typically prohibitive, and we generally do not see signs larger than 8x4. The municipal code also provides specific guidelines regarding the placement of political signs. At its most basic level, political signs are permitted on private property and prohibited on public property. The prohibition of signs on public property are for safety reasons, namely protecting visual intrusions that can create an unsafe condition for vehicles and pedestrians, as well as prevent visual clutter in the city's rights-of-way, parks, and public spaces. Political signs are permitted on private property, subject to the following requirements. First, the persons wishing to place political signs on private property must receive permission from the property owner. And second, political signs shall comply with the size, height, and location requirements related to line-of-sight triangles at street intersections and commercial driveways. I'll describe that a little bit more. To ensure adequate visibility of oncoming pedestrians, bicyclists, and/or automobiles at street intersections, signs are not permitted within the 25-foot by 25-foot line-of-sight triangle, which is a term that we use a lot at the front counter. An easier way to visualize this is to simply measure 25 feet back in each direction from the corner of the property, as shown in the image on the left. At the intersection of a private driveway and a street, the line of sight triangle is 50 feet along the frontage of the street and 7 feet from the intersection of where the driveway hits the sidewalk. That forms the edges of the triangle. Within this triangle, no sign shall be greater than 24 inches high to ensure adequate visibility for automobiles exiting the property. Larger signs are allowed on other parts of the property. So on private property, you can have a larger sign, but if it's going to be located within that intersection driveway triangle, the maximum height would be your smaller lawn sign, no more than 24 inches tall. As stated earlier, the code prohibits the placement of political signs in the public right-of-way, including public streets, medians, alleys, sidewalks, and trails. The code further prohibits signs from being affixed to any curb, utility or telephone wire, crossbar or pole, lamppost, traffic or parking control devices, hydrant, bridge, tree, bus shelter, or other object located within the public right-of-way. The images on the slide show typical locations where we find unpermitted political signs. Political signs are also subject to duration limits to prevent their indefinite display before and after elections. Signs must be removed within 120 days of placement or within 30 days after the election. So if you put it up closer than 90 days to the election, it still needs to come down within 30 days after the election. And a couple of notes on our enforcement practices. So city employees are authorized to remove signs from the public right-of-way and/or public property. Enforcement efforts are led by the city's Code Enforcement Division. However, field employees from various departments that encounter signs during their normal course of work also routinely remove unpermitted signs. Code enforcement staff also remove signs from the public right-of-way in response to complaints. At the time of removal of a sign from the right-of-way, staff will mark the sign with the date and the location of the removal. Signs are then stored at a designated city facility for potential retrieval. Individuals may contact code enforcement to coordinate the retrieval of signs, and signs that are not picked up during the campaign are stored for 30 days after the election before they are discarded. The code includes penalty provisions for violations of the ordinance, including the potential joint civil liability of the person or entity owning the sign and the person or entity responsible for affixing the sign in the public right-of-way for the reasonable cost of removal and storage of the signs. The code also provides for the levy of a fine in an amount as prescribed by state law. In practice, however, these penalty provisions are rarely enforced. However, they remain on the books to dissuade and prevent any potential egregious violations of the ordinance. I also think it's important that a lot of these provisions are in the code related to not just political signs, but any signs in the public right-of-way. So some of the penalties and descriptions may seem, somewhat arduous for a political sign, but keep in mind that these provisions are there for potentially repeat offenders who continue to put other types of signs in the public right-of-way as well. Enforcement efforts on private property are complaint-based, and staff follows the escalating enforcement protocols provided by the municipal code. In practice, when a complaint is received, code enforcement staff will attempt to contact the property owner or property manager to ascertain whether the political signs were authorized by the property owner, as required by the code, and determine whether the signs meet the size and location restrictions in the code. If a violation is observed, staff will request that the signs be removed by the property owner manager. If a property owner manager is not available, staff follows established procedures to notify the property owner of the required action to correct the violation. A review of the section of the municipal code related to the prohibition of signs in the public right-of-way, which was last updated in 1989, revealed some outdated terminology, including references to city departments and positions that no longer exist. And in reviewing this, we do believe that a future cleanup of this code section to update terminology and references and potentially update out-of-date enforcement methods is warranted. Staff also reviewed the municipal codes of several Southern California cities related to political sign regulations. Overall, we found that Anaheim's ordinance is similar to the regulatory framework and approach of a majority of cities in the region. Although small differences in regulations exist among cities, no significant new tools or policies were identified as part of this effort. Effective practices requires candidates and community cooperation and awareness of political sign regulations. Currently, prospective candidates receive an informational letter describing political sign regulations as they file paperwork for their candidacy. We are in the process, however, though, of preparing a graphic handout, an informational handout for candidates that will hopefully clearly show the city's regulations in a more interactive form, similar to the visuals that we've been able to provide for you this evening. And this graphic will be ready in advance of the forthcoming election cycle. With that, that concludes my presentation, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks, do you have any questions or comments to start us off?
Thank you. I appreciate the information, and I thought I was fairly well versed on this, but there were some new things in there that I don't recall when I was running being briefed on. And one of the reasons I brought this up is, we did a lot of discussion about campaign reform and how to make things equitable and how to, make it fair for everybody. And this is one of those things that people don't comply with the regulations pretty blatantly. And I know when I was running, I used to be the public works director, so I knew where the public right-of-way was, and my sign wasn't supposed to go there. And so I had supporters calling and emailing, hey, when are your signs going up? When are your signs going up? And it's like, I'm not putting signs in the public right-of-way because I know it's against the rules. So I worked really hard to get them in people's yards and things like that. But, it's not equitable. And so I kind of wanted to understand what other agencies were doing, and is there an appetite or a discussion that we want to have at this council on better enforcement and what that is? Is it proactively picking up signage? I don't know that I want to go with stiff penalties, because I know we do all have different supporters that are helping us put up signs, and they might not be as well versed on the rules as we are, and how do you address that? But it's an issue that I would like to find a more equitable process for. So I think, my initial reaction is, okay, well, let's proactively have more enforcement out there, because you didn't find any great ideas at other cities or anything. I think we need to have more education to the candidates, especially around some of the line of sight things, because I don't remember that being really, well described when I was putting up the signs. I understood the public right-of-way part, but also being the public works director, I understand that line of sight thing. So So we should try to comply with that because I think that's important. So that's kind of what like I said, the information is great. It's just a discussion I thought was worth having based on, our campaign reform discussions. And I would like to hear my other thoughts of the other council members too, and where we might want to move this.
I had a question just on, because I remember obviously when you fill out your candidate paperwork, filling out the signs and the obligations. Do we do that for when people file to open up committees or independent expenditures or anything like that? Do we require them to also at least acknowledge that they received a copy? Because it's not just candidates, it's everything.
And Mayor and City Council, I can answer that question. No, the part of providing the information regarding political signs in that form that we filled out is just the information that we have, that orientation that I have with candidates, but not for those that are pulling up committees. So we do not do that separately.
And then I know that there are a limited amount of companies that go up almost the utility poles, and I don't know how they get them up so dang high, but there's a limited amount of companies that do that. Do we ever proactively reach out to those companies and or maybe major political parties in the county, just advising them of what our rules are and maybe asking their local clubs to host somebody from code enforcement about what the rules are?
We haven't, as a past practice, reached out to private companies nor to the the larger political parties at a regional or statewide level. We have not done that.
And that's just for the political signs, but for just regular signs, sometimes you'll see Cash for Clunkers or something like that, and we'll see all of a sudden they will just pepper a neighborhood with all of their signs. If we have good contact information on that sign, yes, we will reach out to that business and let them know. Of course, we will remove all their signs and let them know you're welcome to come and pick these up along with your notice of violation of our city ordinances. But for political signs specifically, no, we don't reach out to those companies.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you. So what is our policy on political signs that are placed like on stop signs that don't have FPPC required information on them?
Well, we would remove anything in the public right-of-way, regardless of whether it had the disclosure requirements on it or not, based on the placement of it on a stop sign. That violation would be enough for us to remove that. And if we did see that as part of our efforts, we would remove that, and it wouldn't necessarily need to be complaint-based. If we saw it in the right-of-way, we'd remove that proactively.
And then are there city policies that would, and maybe this is a question for Rob, so if somebody is putting stuff up like that up and violating FPPC rules, would that be a city issue, or could there be a policy in the city that, would nudge people to comply?
No, there's no infrastructure for the city to follow up on potential FPPC violations in that context. Certainly, individuals can make complaints to the FPPC about those sorts of situations, but we don't do that as an organization.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting, or not interesting, it would be worthwhile for us to include contact information for the FPPC, especially since this council is very focused on transparency and ensuring that we're following political practices as, in compliance. It would be for residents to be aware of how they might be able to report those types of signs that are not compliant with FPPC rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz?
So I know, I believe that political signs are protected and people can't take them out of the public right away. How about other signs in your neighborhood? Like someone left their garage sale sign up for, 2 weeks after the garage sale. Can you just take that up? I pick up litter in my neighborhood a lot. Can I just take that? What are the restrictions there? I guess I want to understand. We're talking about signage in general.
So the code allows, it spells out or designates city staff being the ones that can place signs in the public right of way and can remove signs. It doesn't necessarily say that the public can't remove a garage sale sign. I know I've done that in my own neighborhood, you know, because it starts to fall down after a while. But the code does not specifically say residents can't, but again, specifies that this is who can. So it's one of those things where it doesn't say you can't, but it also doesn't say you can.
Okay, okay. And what's the
If that
rule
one's
on
confusing
political
enough.
signs? Is there a different
Political,
rule?
so it falls under the same. So our political signs, when you look at the section, it refers back to our sign code for the portable sign code, which is more robust and it applies to all signs, your garage sales, your advertisements, all of that.
You learn how to flip house signs
Exactly.
and all that stuff.
Exactly, yes.
All right. All right. I mean, I would like to maybe see us explore, you know, like I said, I don't want to have big fines for people that don't understand, but if we're having repeat offenders by companies that are hanging signs up and things like that, I mean, maybe we can, what is our code, or what is our regulations on that, or our penalties if we have repeat offenders that continue to put signs in the wrong place? And
Yes, so we do have those provisions are on the books. As I said, we don't regularly enforce them, and there are challenges associated with trying to find the person who has done it and kind of prove that up. But the code does allow for the owner of the sign, which is, you know, in most cases we may be able to prove that. And so we have those tools on place, but you know, this is generally happens in a very short season. And by the time, you know, that we get, you know, to the point of being able to, you know, prosecute it, the season is over, and or there may be a whole different batch of candidates coming through. There are challenges with, you know, we can educate the, you know, local election candidates. But we also have the challenge with, you know, regional and statewide, federal, you know, election candidates as well that tend to, and sometimes I find actually that some of those countywide and statewide, you know, political signs are maybe some of the more egregious actors, and so there are challenges. There are practical challenges with being able to enforce it with fairness and regularity. But again, the provisions are on the books. There's just it does face, you know, significant challenges to be able to actually effectively do that, especially given the very short time frames that are associated with any one political season. Again, it works well for say the Cash for Clunkers situation, where we've got someone who may be looking to continuously over a longer period of time, or throughout the city over a long period of time, may be looking to try to use our public rights of way for advertising. But it is difficult, and for the short political season.
Okay. Well, I'd like to maybe see us just, like you said, update our codes. Maybe you bring us something, maybe look at those penalties and see if there's some changes we want to make that make it a little easier to enforce with repeat offenders. And then focus a lot on education. I appreciate the mayor's comments about the committees, making sure that at least our local candidates and committees are aware of the regulations that we have. And then, you know, maybe during that season, we do put a little more staff into going out there and checking for illegal signs and pulling them up. I think that, especially looking at the line of sight and, you know, some of the, you know, visibility things, it's important. So yeah, I'd like to just kind of see a revamp, you know, not a total revamp, but an update of our ordinance and put in some best practices that we think could help. But I think education is a key piece, and hopefully future candidates will be law-abiding, and once they understand the rules, try to help their supporters and committees and themselves follow those rules. And when you do put that extra staff on there, just from observation, a lot of signs go up on Friday afternoon because they know code enforcement won't come in until Monday to get them. So, so you might want to look at some Saturday help. So I don't know, do I need to make a motion of that, or?
I
do
think
you just-
Councilmember Kurtz had a
Okay.
question or comment.
I have a question, well, maybe it's a comment. During that political season, when the signs are going up, maybe also making it easier for residents to call and to voice or to submit their complaint, something that's very easy to look at on our website, you know, one of those recurring messages that, you know, because, you know, how would they know who to call to complain about signs throughout their street? Very true, very true. So something to educate not only those that are putting up the signs, but our residents, so they know that they don't have to tolerate signs, 6 signs on one light pole or on one stop sign. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm all in favor of additional education for candidates, or if we want to put more information out there. I'm not sure if I'm prepared, though, to look at putting more code enforcement folks out there during, I think what you said, Ted, a very short period of time. I think code enforcement has bigger issues that we could be focused on versus trying to police what signs are where. But I'd be in favor of more education for candidates, more education for our residents, certainly. I'm just not sure if I'm prepared to try to revamp something that at the end of the day, people are going to put up signs, whether they should or shouldn't. But I'm not sure if I'm necessarily there in terms of having a whole political sign, kind of a task force within our code enforcement agency. Like I said, I think there's more pressing issues in our neighborhoods where code enforcement could be, or their time and attention could be a little bit more focused on those versus just that short period of time that, I mean, by the time you go through the process, it's going to be, I'm not really sure if that's the best use of our resources. So that's kind of where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
I did to my colleague from District 2. Education, yes. I don't want to be accused of prosecuting political candidates. I don't want to be that person. Also, the code enforcement should be dedicated to address crucial issues that are there the year round. For example, be sure that those motels in Beach Boulevard comply with the law, that they pay the employees what they need to be paid, that they clean the rooms the way they're supposed to be, that they don't allow drug trafficking inside the hotel. That's what code enforcement should be focusing on. So education, yes. I don't want to be the one being accused of political persecution. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any more comments or questions by council?
If I may, I think there is a way to have somewhat of a multiplier effect in terms of our ability to enforce by just reminding and educating our own field staff as well of utilities and public works, of the authorization that they have, as well as just the fact that, hey, so they're going about their days if they're already out there. Certainly code enforcement staff, we are limited. They do have their plates full, but they do a significant amount of proactive enforcement. I've seen the stacks of signs that we have towards the end of the political season. So there's certainly in past years has been. But I do believe that we can work towards our supervisors in our other departments, and again reminding and educating those field staff workers of the importance of making sure that utility poles are safe, that there are things that aren't obstructing access to traffic control boxes and those kinds of things that we can also look at to help supplement some of the core services that we're providing.
And Mr. Wright, just to clarify, but code enforcement's not the only city staff empowered to pick up signs, correct? What other departments are also able to pick up signs?
That's correct. Really, all of them, although that's some of the outdated language in our municipal code. It refers to a couple of departments that I don't know when they existed. Again, the code was written in 1989. But really, in practice, I'd say primarily it's utilities, public works, and then parks staff, keeping our parks free of political signs as well. So those are the primary departments that are out there helping to enforce that.
That might be something helpful just to educate our staff that if you, again, happen to be out in a park, it might not necessarily be your department, but all working together. If you see something that is an obstruction or a safety hazard, we can also just educate ourselves as we work to educate others. Is any other comments before we move on, as this is an informational item, so we won't be taking any action? Okay, hearing none. Item 23 is a public hearing on development application number 2023-00011 that was continued from a previous council meeting on February 27th, 2024 and March 26th, 2024. Public comment on this public hearing was closed on February 27th, 2024. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
That's correct, Mayor.
So, Mr. City Manager, could we please have a staff report?
That's for a staff report from Deputy City Manager White, please.
Good evening again. Ted White, Deputy City Manager, joined by Heather Allen to my right, our Deputy Director of Planning, and Amanda Loffer, our Senior Planner for this project. This item was originally presented to the Council at the February 27th meeting on an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve entitlements to permit off-site sales of alcoholic beverages in an existing retail use at the Carriage Inn Motel. During the public comment period, the appellant, Talab Ibrahim, stated that information presented with respect to the number of rooms at the Carriage Inn Motel was incorrect. City Council subsequently continued the item to allow staff time for additional research and site investigations. City staff verified that the number of existing motel rooms does exceed and is in conflict with the original entitlement of 51 rooms approved for the property. We have a few slides to explain what has occurred to increase the room count to up to 67, and as well as our recommendation. So as a reminder, the project site is located at 2125 to 2129 South Harbor Boulevard, just south of Orangewood Avenue. The property includes the Carriage Inn Motel, a freestanding accessory commercial building occupied by Adventureland, and associated parking. 11 of the rooms were originally approved as two-bedroom suites located across the 3 floors. The image on the left is from the original building plans and shows an example floor plan from the two-bedroom suite. Each bedroom was originally designed to include an independent bathroom and sleeping area with an internal connection between the 2 bedrooms, but only one external connection, which is shown in green on the slide, to the common hallway. Each suite counted as 1 room for purposes of required parking. The approved building plans identify a single flat panel exterior door circled in green and 2 windows for each 2-bedroom suite circled in orange. As you can see from the current photo, a second exterior door, shown in purple in this image, has been added to provide a direct connection to the existing common hallway. This occurred for each of the suites, increasing the room count by 11. This modification likely occurred in the 90s, maybe early 2000s. Additionally, at some point, new matching exterior doors replacing the original doors were installed throughout the motel. So when we went from 51 to 67, this wasn't actually an increase. They didn't add a floor or do construction of adding square footage to the building. It was actually putting new exterior doors onto a hallway. The other increase for 5 additional rooms for a total, I guess it's up to 16, I believe, came from the conversion of portions of the manager's and owner's unit, as well as storage areas. The Planning Commission, when approving this CUP, added the condition that outside access to the manager and owner's units needed to be eliminated. As shown on this floor plan for the owner's unit from the original construction drawings, the note circled in red indicates that there was no external access to the bedroom at the time of the initial construction. The original floor plan for the manager's unit directly below is the first floor, also complied with the condition of approval at the time of construction, but has since been modified along with several storage areas. Lastly, a permit for accessible upgrades to the site was approved in 2015. Other than a re-roof permit in 2012, this was the first permit for work on the motel since the original construction in 1996. Due to an increase in parking stall width requirements to meet accessibility codes, it was determined that the site could accommodate 41 stalls after eliminating stalls that were previously striped in the drive aisles and required backup areas. Recently, some of the non-compliant stalls had been added back to the site, which are described, they're shown in yellow on this site, on the site plan here. The property owner, who is also the owner of the Carriage Motel, it's all one property, has agreed to reduce the number of motel rooms back to the original 51 rooms, consistent with the original permitted number of rooms, and remedy the work that has been completed without the benefit of city permits, essentially by closing up those exterior doors and returning and obtaining proper permits for the work completed. With that remedy in mind and the commitment in mind from the property owner, staff believes that with conditions of approval that we're still consistent to our original recommendation, which was to support the request for the PCN with these 2 added conditions. Condition number 30 would require the property to become compliant within 180 days. And condition number 31 restricts commencement of the sale of alcohol until the property is returned to 51 rooms with a code-compliant parking lot. The commission determined that the required findings could be made and approved the project with conditions of approval recommended by the Planning Department and the Anaheim Police Department. The additional recommended conditions of approval in the revised council resolution will ensure that the property owner conducts the required restoration of the motel back to the originally approved condition within a timely manner, and requires the sale of alcohol shall not commence until that work is completed. Therefore, we recommend the council deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission approving the project with the findings included in the staff report and the revised resolution. This concludes our presentation. Available for questions.
Thank you. If any council colleagues have questions or comments, I'll start with Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. So we go back to February 27. So we postponed that due to allegations that they have more units than what the conditional use permit allowed them to have. We find out that that was correct. However, now we have condition 30 and 31, which mean that if they don't go back to the original 51 rooms, then we'll get the liquor license, so they won't be able to sell alcohol. So it's clear to me, so I would like to move this item with the denial of the appeal. If I could get a second, I will appreciate that. Thank you.
A comment, though.
I know we do. I'm just, since there's a motion on the table, do we have a second? Either way, we'll get to comments.
I'll second it for discussion, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So have a comment by both Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. So this property was permitted for a certain number of rooms over a period of time. They added some. We don't know exactly when, what the construction quality was. We don't know things. So now they have a larger number of rooms. And so they've done all of this. And now they're saying, but we promised to go back and we get our liquor license. Why don't we have them go back to what is permitted, check on that work, make sure it's done to code, and then come back and ask for the license?
That would be the prerogative of the council, should you wish to proceed with that. I believe, and I'd want to check, but I believe that the action would be would need to be to deny the request, and they would need to reapply for another application.
And I guess my feeling right now is, based on their actions before, I would like them to start all over again, fix the place up, and then come back and ask us for a license.
And was this property owner the same, has this been the same owner for decades, or is this a new property owner?
It was not. This property owner is new, and does not seem that they were aware of the work that was done. And I would note that the city in our TOT records actually also showed the increase in the number of hotel rooms. So we've been collecting TOT, and I want to say that was from around 2005. So there's definitely been, I do not believe that there was necessarily a purposeful intent to mislead on behalf of the property owner.
Okay, yeah, I didn't read it that it was the same, that there was a nefarious conduct on behalf of the property owner, and it did seem that there was a bit of oversight missed on the city's behalf going forward. And I am sensitive that the modifications, the second modification, should obviously be very thoughtfully withheld by our planning department until we have shown that the work has been completed, it has been completed up to code and to our standards. I'm a little hesitant to make them start the entire process over only because of just the added staff time and costs to us, as well as having to then go through planning commission again, come to city council, which, all because of it seems to be it's not a unilateral mistake, it seems to be a bit of a mistake on both parts. But I'd like to hear my other council members, Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. So a big part of this is the liquor store that they would like to build. Can you explain the policy of the city for liquor stores within a certain mile radius? How many are allowed to be within a certain mile radius, and how many are within the location that they're requesting for this one?
So the number of licenses is actually through the ABC department. City code doesn't have a restriction on the number of licenses or a separation between those. It's based on the population in the census tract. So this census tract in particular, based on the population, would be allowed to have 2 off-site licenses, and currently there's 4 with this one.
So that's a state policy?
Yes, it's the ABC department.
So in order for us to approve a new one that would be the 4th, which exceeds the state's policy, we have to approve a CUP? Or
it's the public convenience or necessity.
Okay. Can you explain the demographics of this community? Where they would like to put, because I'm, as a business person, there's no way that this liquor store survives just off of the 60 plus whatever rooms are located in this area. So they're obviously wanting to put this there because of the surrounding community, which is low income, families with kids would have to support this liquor store. So can you describe the demographics of the community?
I don't have demographic data with me in terms of the community. I can say based on the letter of operation that was submitted to us, but I don't want to speak necessarily on behalf of the property owner. What has been conveyed to us is that they're marketing this to the tourist community within the resort area. This is in the Anaheim Resort specific plan, and they are marketing based on the other products that they sell as part of the store with tourist-related items and goods. But again, certainly this would be available as well to the surrounding community. I can say that in terms of product type, there's multifamily residential neighborhoods immediately to the west of the property. And then single-family neighborhoods as well. But the nearest residential product is to the west of this, and it is a multifamily neighborhood.
Yeah, so high-density apartment complexes where kids and families live.
That's correct.
Okay. I think I did vote no on this item last time, and for those specific reasons. I'm not in favor of adding liquor stores to communities that are already struggling, especially when we have multiple ones that exceed the state's required or the state amount that's approved, which is 2. So I'm a little concerned that I know, Chief, you spoke on this item last time and you look at specific things related to safety. But I do, so if you want to explain your logic around why you approved this going into this community, what are the things you look at?
Well, good evening, council member and mayor. Our job at the police department is to assess and, based on the laws, make recommendations. So we provide the recommendations to the planning department and move forward from there. So our job really is not to approve or not approve. Our job is to assess and make recommendations. And there are recommendations that we placed in there. I don't have the recommendations with me, but additional security such as cameras and other things. We look at obviously the laws and regulations of what we can, obviously the RD, the reporting district, and then look at the number of alcohol sales there are there. And this one, I believe there was 3, 2 in the city of Anaheim and 1 in next door, the city of Garden Grove. So based on the totality of the circumstances, we'll make recommendations, which we did in this circumstance.
What are the response times for like a drunken public or something that would be not considered, I don't know what you categorize it, a level 1, a non-emergency?
So on our average, if you're asking our response times for something like that would be either a priority 2 or more likely a priority 3. And in those particular circumstances, our average response times for a priority 3 is anywhere from 30 minutes to about 40 minutes or so.
So by then the person might be gone. So I'm going to maintain my vote on this item as a no, simply because I don't think it's good for the residents of Anaheim who live in these already impacted communities, which we have seen an increase in gang activity, which allows opportunities for gang members to congregate in these areas. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this item.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Leon.
So can you go over the parking requirements and availability? You said they painted some in that weren't allowable. Now they've changed it. They've changed the number of rooms. What's the current parking status and what's proposed under this?
Certainly. So based on the current code requirements, the requirement for the site is 46 spaces.
And that's based on
And
51 rooms?
That's based on 51 rooms,
And
and the
a-
accessory commercial is the 46 total rooms. The site, we know, can accommodate 41 currently sized spaces without spaces that are blocking circulation and backup. So with the administrative adjustment, they did a parking study and peak demand showed 38. They could go down to a reduction of up to 20% if supported by a parking demand study, and 38 is not quite at the 20%. So if with the condition to restore the parking to this plan, which is the approved plan from 2015 for their ADA stalls. This will get them 41, which is in excess of the 38 that the demand study showed that they need.
Okay, and the 46 spaces, was that the requirement when the property was built, or is that based on current requirements?
It's based on current. So when it was built with the variance that was authorized, it was 47 spaces were required. So based on today's code, it's 46.
Okay, and they're going to have 38.
And they could go down to 38, but this will give them 41.
Well, I have concerns about the unapproved changes that have been made on this site, and I will try not to hold the current owner too responsible for that if he recently bought the property. But certainly the operation of it is a concern to me. So I may want to look at adding at least some sort of condition that we go out in 2 years or 3 years and verify that he is operating it under the terms that we've allowed here, with the parking spaces, with the rooms that he has returned, and not open up a few more doors afterwards. That he's, got the site clean and the security in, and he's maintaining all the conditions that we have here. Because, yeah, this property has not been operated under the restrictions that were approved back when the property was built. So that would be like an amendment to the proposal, to the.
Are you saying 2 years or 3 years?
Let's go, because it's going to take him a year to get it all done. So let's go 3 years, because that gives him time to fall off the wagon if he's going to.
Okay, I would like to move the denial of the appeal with adding a recommendation to city staff to do inspection.
So you'll accept the amendment?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'll make it easy for me.
Councilmember Leon, and then Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think my colleagues asked most of the questions that I had, but I actually agree with my colleague, Councilmember Rubalcava, and just the number of liquor stores in the area is a concern, so I will be voting no. Thank you.
Councilmember Kurtz.
I want to make sure I understood this regarding the parking. Our code calls for a hotel, motel, with this many rooms to have this much parking. And but we did another study that said they need less. I'm not quite understanding that.
So actually with the original approval, a parking variance was approved that established the 41 parking spaces. Sorry, I'm going to let the expert talk.
Sorry. So as Director White was saying, so the original approval authorized 47. So the site plan on the screen was from 2015 when the current owner did go in and do some ADA site upgrades and added the required path of travel and the required upgrades to the stalls to meet current code requirements. So as part of the current application with the PCN and the condition, the CUP modifications, if you recall, there was a condition on the original project that limited the use of the commercial building to a wig store, and that condition basically supported the granting of the variance. So taking away the condition of approval limiting the use to a wig store, we replaced the variance with what we now have on the books as administrative adjustment, which allows for, essentially, it's a variance with a smaller degree of significance, and we can grant a deviation in the required parking up to 20% of the code requirement when supported by a study. So the application includes an administrative adjustment to reduce the parking essentially up to 20%. We did the parking demand study, which showed they could get to essentially 17%, which is 38 spaces, and we know that the site can accommodate 41. So that's why you see the request for 41 versus the required 46.
So we think that a wig store needed more parking than a convenience liquor store.
So the code requirements have changed over time, and the parking for the freestanding store is a accessory retail use. So that does have a smaller parking requirement than a retail store. And current code only parks the hotel room park by room plus employees. So there has been a slight change in the code requirements since this was approved in the 80s.
Okay, I'm still a little confused about it, but okay. And the other, I guess the other point is the liquor stores, the track, according to ABC, the track, census tract should have a maximum of 2 liquor stores. And this will be the 4th in that census tract?
This, well, I just want to clear that, ABC law it just says essentially you need to find you need to act on a public convenience or necessity finding. So it's not a prohibition on, it's an additional layer of review that's required. So you're required to get a public or convenience necessity determination in order to be above the 2.
Well, I agree with my council members to my right. I don't think the public needs some more convenience in purchasing liquor in that area, so I'll be voting no.
Okay, I don't think we have any other council members weighing in, so we have a motion, we have a second. Please vote.
And I just want to confirm, because this is a denial, so it's no if we don't support.
That's correct. If we'll see how this vote goes, and then I have a recommendation for your next step.
If you agree with staff recommendation, vote yes.
Correct.
So it's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim denying the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision approving a determination of public convenience and necessity for the sale of the alcoholic beverage for off-site consumption, an amendment to conditional use permit number 2725 to remove the conditional approval and administrative adjustment for a reduction in code required parking and making certain findings in connection therewith. The resolution also includes determination that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines sections 15300.2C and 15301 Class 1 existing facilities for the Title 14 of California Code Regulations. And this also included the amendment by Councilmember Meeks with respects to a review to come back inspection within 3 years. And the vote is 4 ayes, 3 nays, nays from Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, Councilmember Leon, and Natalie Rupacalva. The motion carries.
No recommendations. You can move on to the next item.
Item 24 is a public hearing. Clerk, will you please read?
Item 24 is a public hearing to consider the proposed vacation abandonment of Short Street right-of-way lying northwest of Catalog Drive, southeast of the city boundary, and abutting 5055 Short Street, abandonment number ABA 2023-00425.
Mr. City Manager, may we please have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Imami, please.
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I also have here with me Carlos Castellanos, our city engineer. This public hearing is in consideration of the abandonment of excess street right-of-way in the eastern portion of our city near Imperial Highway and Kellogg. On November 28, 2016, the Planning Commission unanimously approved a request to rezone the buyer's property located at 5055 East Short Street from the T transition zone to the RS3 single-family residential zone, and also approve a parcel map to subdivide the property into 4 single-family residential lots. Subsequently, the City Council introduced an ordinance finalizing reclassification number 2014-275, rezoning the buyer's property. As a condition of approval for parcel map 2014-176, and prior to filing the map in the office of the Orange County Recorder, the buyer was required to apply for an abandonment of this segment of Short Street, subject to City Council approval, in order to assemble it with the buyer's abutting property. This segment of Short Street proposed for abandonment is unimproved right-of-way lying outside of the ultimate. If vacated, the city would reserve a public utility easement over the entirety of this segment of Short Street right-of-way for the continuity of existing public easements lying within the buyer's abutting property. Based on the foregoing, city staff has determined the right-of-way under consideration for abandonment is therefore considered to be excess right-of-way and unnecessary for present or prospective public street use within sections 8324B of the Streets and Highway Code. An appraisal of this segment of Short Street under conversation for abandonment was conducted by Sharon A. Hennessy, MAI, a duly authorized appraiser retained by the city. The buyer will compensate the city fair market value of the excess street right-of-way in the amount of $27,700 as a result of the appraisal and consideration of the reserved public utility easement. At the close of escrow, the payment will be deposited into the city's general fund. This concludes my staff report, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions by council? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. City Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Mayor and City Council, we do have 2 speakers to address the City Council on the public hearing. The first speaker is Mark Herbert, and noting that each of the speakers have 5 minutes to address the City Council on this public hearing. And Mr. Mark Herbert, that's coming forward, he did provide or did contact the City Clerk's office saying that he had to have a video that would be part of his public comment communications for the public hearing, and can make that available once he's ready, once he starts.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. This meeting will be posted there with minutes for people's interest, and that'll be in a couple weeks. I'm a little behind. I've decided to speak on this public hearing on this street closure because I'm a believer that we can always do better, and the public hearing process is no exception. And so with that spirit, I think I'm going to focus on, I think the public hearing can do a better job with public engagement. And what I would like to do now is provide a visual, and then I'll go from there with little details and try to make this a teachable moment. So if we could start the video at about 2 minutes and 44 seconds, it's a little over 1.5 minutes. Thank you. There is audio with it.
And answer these questions. 1, am I willing to put my family in harm's way by voting for this project
The audio,
without
please.
understanding the full cost that come with it? 2, is it ethical for me to ruin the childhood of so many children who will have to suffer from increased noise pollution, air pollution, and all sorts of disruption to their lives should this project ever happen? And 3, do I have the right to disregard the voices and concerns of the people who are directly impacted by this plan simply because I do not live in the zone and will not need to account for the negative consequences? for myself or my family. As a mother of 3 young children, I would like to ask each of you to imagine yourself having to tell your own children, especially school-age children who love their home, that as parents, you had made the wrong choice to make a home for them in Anaheim, that because the city decided to approve this project, you will not be driven out of your home by this frenzy of noise, dust, pollution, overflowing traffic. If you cannot imagine yourself doing that, then do not condemn residents like myself into that wrecking situation. It is imperative that the city of Anaheim inform the public in clear and truthful ways about all the hidden costs, the unavoidable risks, and the endless problem. Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. I live in the noticed area. Let's start with the current.
Thank you. That was Trengdai Glassy, and this was her first appearance at the city council. Is there an echo or is it just me? I'll wait till this is corrected. Other people didn't have to have an echo on her up here.
Sir, we can hear you. There's nothing that prohibits you from speaking with an echo, so your time is running.
Okay. I'll give you 30 seconds if you'd like to attempt to fix it. I'd appreciate it.
Sir, there is nothing. You can move forward with your comments.
Well, okay. I believe I still have 2 minutes left. My clock says 27 seconds, but I believe we have 5 minutes. So I believe I have at least 2 minutes left. That was Trengdai Glassy, and as I said, that was her first appearance at a city council meeting. She unfortunately couldn't be here tonight because she's with her children on a field trip. You're lucky she isn't here. She's much more articulate than I am and much more upset. But as I said, I'd like to make this a teachable moment.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Stephanie Mercadante.
Stephanie Mercadante. I have a question in this street closure project. The city paid and provided the appraisal. In the Disneyland Forward project, Disney paid and provided the appraisal for the street closure. So what is the policy on appraisals? I think we should have a consistent policy. I'll repeat my question. I have a question in this street closure project. The city paid and provided the appraisal. In the Disneyland Forward project, Disney paid and provided the appraisal for the street closure. So what is the policy on appraisals? I really think that we should have a consistent policy. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, we have one speaker, card number 4874. I'm not sure if we have the right pronunciation of the name. I don't know if that's Norderek. My apologies if I didn't get your name correctly.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and the members of the council. For purposes of correction, my name is Wodarek. I'm from South Africa, but I live here in Orange County. I've been living for over 10 years. Now, with regard to the vacation and abandonment of the short street, I studied law, which is called land law, in the University of London. And what we know in the abandonment of land, we have the terms like corporeal sale and incorporeal sale. And also it comes to about of land reclamation. So in regard to the to do it motion 24, I think that it is too early to do an vacation and abandonment of a public land, because land is very vital, land is very important, especially for the people living in America. So I call for total rejection of the abandonment of this land, because all land must be utilized for the purposes, for the intended purpose. In that regard, I request all the council members to vote no to the vacation and abandonment of land, especially on short street right of way. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and the leadership of the council. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the speaker cards for item number 24.
Thank you. So with no other speakers, I'd like to close the public hearing. Are there any further comments or questions by council on this item? With no further discussion, is there a motion and a second?
Move the item.
Do we have a second? Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim vacating a segment of Short Street right-of-way lying northwest of Kellogg Drive, southeast of the city boundary, and abutting 5055 Short Street, abandonment number ABA 2023-00425. And this also includes the purchase and sale agreement with Dunbar Holdings Placentia. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to our report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
I do, Mayor. As to item 1, the council voted 7-0 to appeal the judgment issued in the case of Grandma's House of Hope versus City of Anaheim. No further report.
Thank you. And we have no other items left for non-agenda item public comment, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
So now is the time for future agenda requests by council members. Councilmember Rubalcaba has asked for an agendization of the end of watch ride. Do we have any other items for future council agendas? I'll start with Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 things. One, I'd like to agendize a recognition of the Gilbert High School Sports Intervention Program. And then I also wanted to ask my colleagues if it would be possible to reschedule the August 6th council meeting to August 13th. So I don't know if that needs to, or if that works for everybody so that we can do what we need to do. But I wanted to ask that we reschedule that.
So you're agendizing that change, right, for the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, next we have Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'd like to agendize a recognition on someone's centennial, Mary Ann Rogers, a District 5 neighbor who's lived on my street for 58 years, will turn 100 on July 27th, a day before my birthday, but I'm old, but I'm not 100. Okay, and perhaps we would be able to I think regularly we do recognitions on centenarians, and I'd like to include this if we may. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. So I'd like to agendize an update on the hotel worker safety ordinance and where we are in terms of implementation and compliance, and in particular the motel area off of Beach Boulevard. And then I'd also like to agendize a discussion on stronger eviction policies in the city, especially around no cause evictions. And this is really in light of some of the issues that we've seen recently, not only in the Walnut Manor area, but also Philadelphia Street, which borders my district. I'm also hearing of issues on Pauline Street. So I'd like to just have staff explore some of the other policies that are already out there. I know we don't have anything beyond what the state already requires. So just to kind of put some things on your radar that I'm interested in looking at is, I know Santa Ana has a policy prohibiting no-cause evictions during school years for families with children. And no cause would mean, a developer who's coming in, purchased a apartment complex, and then has not filed permits, as in the Philadelphia Street situation, but already proceeds with notification on eviction. And then I'd also like to look at longer notification periods for those no-cause evictions. I think our current policy is 60 days, and then relocation fees, and then the return of security deposits. Just a couple things to consider.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Meeks.
Just an easy one. I'd like to add a proclamation for Toastmasters International Week and Centennial Celebration that's in August of this year. So if we can get that on the agenda for the next couple months.
Thank you. With no other business before the council, I would like to adjourn this meeting in remembrance of Diane Marsh, Michael Thomas Reynolds, Wilma Ellen Ast, Anna Monterosa, and Trustee Anna Piercy. Did I leave anybody out? Okay, thank you. We will be adjourned until May 21st, 2024.